Hello, dreamers. Welcome to Moonlit Stories. I'm your storyteller. And tonight, I'm here to guide you into peace, calm, and deep sleep. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel so you never miss a bedtime journey. Tell me in the comments, where are you from and what time are you listening? Now, find a cozy spot, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the magic of the night carry you into dreams.
You're sitting in a cafe in the historic centre of Rome. It's late afternoon in early summer. Although you're inside the cafe, in a way, you're outdoors too. The tall window opens right onto the street, and your table touches the grey cobbles of the piazza. This small square is one of the most beautiful in the city. It's tucked away in the heart of the ancient quarter, and it feels like a tranquil refuge from the hustle and bustle of the nearby shopping streets. In the middle of the piazza is a gorgeous Renaissance fountain. As you sit in the cafe, slowly sipping a cool drink, you admire the details. You notice how the fading sunlight sparkles on the flowing water and illuminates the limbs of the bronze boys, 4 smiling statues that decorate the fountain. Each boy has an arm raised, with a hand reaching out to catch a bronze turtle falling from a basin above. The boys rest their feet on a dolphin, which pours water into a shell and then into the wide basin below. It's such an unusual, imaginative fountain, a true work of art. Your gaze drifts from the sculptures to the smiling faces of the passers-by who've stopped to admire it. For tourists and locals alike, this is a special place. You take another sip of your drink, relishing each refreshing mouthful, and glance down at your guidebook on the table. There's a short section on the fountain and the intriguing Roman legend about its origins. According to the story, a young man fell in love with the daughter of a wealthy older man who lived in this square. The young couple wanted to marry, but first the man had to convince his potential father-in-law it was a good idea. So, in the middle of the night, the young man arranged for the turtle fountain to be constructed at the centre of the square. When the father opened the shutters of his bedroom window the next morning and looked out, he was astonished to see it had appeared overnight. He was so impressed that he allowed the wedding to go ahead. The young couple soon got married, and 500 years later, this bronze symbol of love and imagination is still standing and capturing the hearts of passers-by. Looking up from the book, you see the fountain in front of you with a renewed appreciation. Although the legend is probably no more than a fantasy, it's still inspiring. If nothing else, it's a sign of the monument's importance in the neighbourhood. The locals were so moved by its beauty that they dreamed up a story to explain its appearance. Sitting here, listening to the trickling water is so relaxing that you could happily stay for the rest of the day. But glancing around the square, you notice the light fading, slowly softening. It's the beginning of the blue hour, the perfect time for a stroll around the streets of Rome. The blue hour is a phenomenon that happens across the world. When the sun dips below the horizon, the indirect sunlight is transformed into a beautiful shade of blue. This moment is particularly spellbinding in the historic centre of Rome. You notice the contrast with the golden lamplight against the darkening streets, which creates little shining pools on the cobblestones. Some details seem to fade away in the encroaching darkness, while anything that contrasts with the sky becomes more defined. Against the deep blue backdrop, the towers, domes, and rooftop gardens are clearly visible. Even from street level, in these narrow, winding alleys, you can always catch a glimpse of the skyline. It's a magical twilight world, tantalizingly close, yet just out of reach. You're also aware of the swifts, which dive and spiral high above the rooftops. These birds spend the winter in Africa before returning to Rome for the spring and summer. Judging by their aerobatic displays and joyous cries, they seem to be celebrating their homecoming. Wherever you go at this hour, you can hear their ecstatic song echoing through the city. As you stroll through the back streets, you admire the beautiful old buildings, patterned by time. In the daylight, they're mostly shades of red, orange, and pink, the colours of sunset. But once the sun goes down and the blue hour begins, even the walls of the buildings seem to magically change colour, turning blue, silver, or black. Some of the oldest buildings in the neighbourhood were constructed many centuries ago. You can even find the remains of an ancient Roman fish market beneath a crumbling archway nearby. But what interests you most are the apartment blocks that line the narrow street. It's incredible to think that they've been inhabited for hundreds of years, home to countless generations of Roman families. Hearing voices above you, you look up and see an old man lean out the window to pull the shutters closed. There's something comforting about this mundane little ritual, signalling the arrival of the dark and the end of the working day. You imagine the man in his kitchen now, beginning to prepare the evening meal. Perhaps he's making a traditional Jewish Roman dish, something characteristic of the neighbourhood. Deep-fried artichoke or savoury treats with zucchini flowers and mozzarella. Breathing in deeply, you can smell the aroma of garlic and vegetables sizzling in a pan. It's a nice image. The man closing the shutters and then bustling around his kitchen. But you're happy to be outside, exploring the streets and breathing in the fragrant air, the mingling scents of food and flowers. Something else that strikes you about the buildings in this neighbourhood is their multi-textured facades. Layers of paint flake away, revealing remnants of signs, love messages, and lines of poetry written on the walls. These buildings are so old and have rarely received a fresh coat of paint or plaster. The result is a cracked, colourful surface with countless layers. The walls may be flawed, but they create a sense of character and history that's far more interesting than perfection. And then there are the buildings that have been assembled from ruins. As you walk through these streets, you sometimes notice a decorative detail embedded in the wall. The head of a sculpture, or even an entire Roman column emerging. These unusual architectural details are known as spolia, from the Latin word meaning spoils. In the past, builders would often use parts of old buildings in new construction, which is why you find fragments of ancient temples peeking out of the walls of a home. During the medieval and Renaissance periods, this practice was particularly widespread. Even some of the most recognizable landmarks you find in Rome today could have been taken apart without a second thought. For example, it was only the conversion of the Pantheon from a pagan temple to a Christian church that prevented it from being plundered. Today, despite being 2,000 years old, the Pantheon remains more or less intact. On your walk through the neighbourhood, you stop to admire the Roman remains displayed on the wall of a building on the corner, running your fingers over the cool marble. While the idea of recycling ruins may seem strange to us now, at least these beautiful fragments have been preserved. Rome is like a large, open-air museum with overlapping layers of history. There's something to discover on every street, from a colourful fresco to a plaque commemorating a famous person or event. The past surrounds you, ready to be discovered by anyone who happens to pass by. You could spend the whole night exploring these alleyways, taking your time moving from one corner to the next. Slowly, your gaze drifts up from the walls to the sky. The streets in the centre resemble a winding labyrinth, but all it takes is a glimpse of the deep blue overhead to feel a sense of peace and scale. Looking up, you forget for a moment that you're in the heart of the city. You could be in the countryside, in the middle of boundless space. You sense this change in atmosphere even more intensely during the blue hour. It's as if the city is taking a deep breath and winding down for the evening. You continue to look up at the rooftops, reflecting on how the low skyline creates a sense of openness. In the historic centre, it's rare to find a building more than 3 or 4 stories high. There's a rule that no building here can exceed the height of St. Peter's Basilica, the Renaissance church in the heart of the Vatican City. Walking through the centre of Rome, it strikes you that everything seems to be built on a very human scale. Despite the astonishing beauty and history of this city, it feels relatable and lived in. The vast number of piazzas adds to the impression of space and airiness. Every winding street eventually leads to one of these hubs of neighbourhood life. But there are few quite as striking as the one you find yourself in now. Following your instinct has led you to Piazza Navona, perhaps the most beautiful square in all of Rome. One side of the large, oval-shaped space is lined by restaurants and bars, with tables spilling out into the centre. On the other side stands a breathtaking 17th century Baroque church. The white marble has a silvery shine at this time of the evening. You see the outline of a crescent moon. The gradual, dreamy transition from dusk to night is almost complete. You wander across the square, listening to the murmur of voices in the restaurants, a blend of Italian, English, and other melodious languages drifting towards you. You can't quite make out the words, but the sound is soothing. The mix of languages makes sense, as this square is a meeting point for both Romans and tourists. It's where locals come for their evening passeggiata, or aimless stroll. Lovers walk hand in hand, children run and play, and visitors chatter happily while soaking up the atmosphere. Despite all the people coming and going, Piazza Navona retains its tranquil ambience, in part perhaps because of its many fountains. They stand at each end of the square, and there is a huge, majestic one right in the middle, opposite a church. You walk up to this beautiful central fountain to get a closer look. When you're standing next to it, all the other sounds of the square disappear. All you can hear is the flow of the water gushing into the serene, turquoise pool in the basin below. This magnificent monument is known as the Fountain of the Four Rivers, and was designed in 1651 by the artist Bernini. The impressive statues at each side represent the gods of 4 major rivers, but the grandeur of the fountain is almost overshadowed by the Egyptian obelisk at its centre, an imposing pillar that surges up into the deep blue sky. From where you're standing, it looks as though it could almost touch the crescent moon coming into focus above you. You decide to sit down on a marble bench nearby. When you close your eyes, the sound of rushing water seems to intensify, resembling a waterfall rather than a fountain. The further you explore, the more you discover that Rome is full of these magical illusions, where one thing seems to transform into another. With the slightest movement or change in light, the scene before you seems to shift. This city of stone often has a transient, dreamlike quality. One example of the city's illusions is a little-known street high on a hill overlooking the Vatican. It opens up at the end to reveal a perfect panorama and a view of the dome of St. Peter's Basilica. But as you get closer, the dome appears smaller, as though it's receding into the distance. And when you move away, the dome seems to be moving towards you, growing bigger and bigger. This effect is particularly mesmerizing after dark. On another evening, perhaps you'll cross the river and discover this beautiful optical illusion for yourself. You'd like to understand how it works. Some say the changing dome is a trick of perspective created by height and distance, amplified by the wide terrace at the end of the road. One day, perhaps you'll find the answer. But for now, you're quite happy to continue walking through the city centre. Feeling rested, you stand up from the bench and move on slowly. But before you leave the square, you turn back for one last look. When your eyes were closed, the blue hour transformed into night. The sky is now black, streaked with soft grey clouds. The moon has risen fully and now shines high above the obelisk, bathing the square in a silver light. Beneath this perfect night sky, the buildings and monuments look somehow unreal, like the backdrop on a stage. It could be the setting for a play or an opera. For a moment, you might also believe that there's nothing on the other side of the walls. It's only an illusion, like so much else here in the Eternal City. But the beauty of Rome is that there's always something else to discover, beyond every wall and around every corner. There's part of you that wants to walk on and on, learning everything there is to know about this enchanting place. For a little while, you allow yourself to get pleasantly lost in the back streets, Wherever you walk, it feels like you're stepping into the past. This neighbourhood has hardly changed at all throughout the centuries. When you look up, you notice a few windows with open shutters and catch occasional glimpses of ceilings with old wooden beams and ornate painted frescoes. While the shops are closed at this time, it's fascinating to peer into their darkened windows. You never know what you might see. Perhaps a collection of intriguing antiques, or an artist's studio with unfinished sculptures. Some of these shops resemble miniature museums. Gazing through the glass, your mind begins to wander. You find yourself daydreaming, imagining the stories behind each object. Whether a marble statue or a tiny glass bottle, are they as ancient as they look? When you reach the corner of the street, you pause for a moment, enjoying the sense of peace and serenity. This area is busy during the day, but now you're one of just a few strolling along and enjoying the calm atmosphere. Across from where you're standing, you notice a wide space between the buildings, revealing an open stretch of dark sky and some lights twinkling in the distance. Suddenly finding this gap in the skyline can mean only one thing. You're near the river. You cross the street, then the next, and pause beneath a row of verdant plane trees that overlook the Tiber River. You lean against the low wall and gaze down at the waterway. It flows far below you, moving at a slow, dreamy pace. The Tiber is not quite what you would expect from the central river in a capital city. The water moves lazily, and there are no boats, just the occasional bird bobbing on the surface. It seems like something you might find in the tranquil countryside. Looking to your left, you see something quite unexpected. An island in the middle of the river. Its size and curved shape make you think of a ship, and for a moment, it seems to be moving towards you. Then you look again, more closely this time, and realize it's another illusion. The top part of the island is thick with umbrella pine trees, which sway and dance in the evening breeze. In the moonlight, the movement of the boughs makes it look as though the whole island is slowly drifting down the river. Tiber Island is a beautiful place, a sanctuary of peace and quiet in the city centre. On the western edge is a hospital dating back to the 16th century, but the island's associations with medicine can be traced back even further, as far as the 3rd century BCE. According to legend, a group of Romans took a snake from a temple in Greece. On their return to Rome, while they were sailing their ship up the river, the animal slithered off and disappeared into the vegetation of Tiber Island. The people interpreted this as an omen and decided to build a temple to the god of healing. A stone bridge connects the banks where you're standing to the island. Built in 62 BCE, it's the oldest Roman bridge still in use in the city. As you walk towards it, planning to cross, you become even more convinced of the island's resemblance to a ship. This is no coincidence, and it stems back to the same tale. The legend of the ship and the snake was so popular with the people of Rome that they created a curved stone outline around the island to make it look even more like a boat. There's an obelisk in its main square, resembling a mast, and while it's not visible from this distance in the dark, if you look closely in daylight, you can even spot a carving on the wall, a depiction of the sacred snake. Although you're the only person crossing the bridge at this particular moment, you're not quite alone. On each stone parapet stands an enigmatic statue with 4 heads, watching over the river. These statues are representations of Janus, the Roman god of beginnings, transitions, and passages. In mythology, Janus was the father of Tiberinus, the god of the river. It's as though a father is watching over his son through the centuries and the changing seasons. You'd like to learn more about this intriguing island and explore it in depth, but you're beginning to feel sleepy. You decide to walk just a little further and find a place to sit and rest for a while. You cross through another moonlit piazza and continue until you find a flight of stone stairs leading down the side of the island. You begin to descend, taking them one by one. With every step, the noise of the city fades further away, replaced by the rushing water. The river flows faster here, propelled by a kind of waterfall next to the island. Soon, all you can hear is its perpetual flow and the occasional cry of a seagull. It's as though you're moving into another world by the water's edge. When you reach the bottom step, you take in a deep breath and catch the unmistakable scent of the river. Cool, fresh, and earthy. There are a few other visitors nearby who have also come to appreciate the Tiber at water level. Looking around, you notice that there are a handful of deck chairs scattered along the stone walkway. It's the perfect place to sit quietly and take in the atmosphere. You wander over to the nearest chair and sit down. It feels so good to rest your feet after your long walk. You close your eyes. You've seen so much this evening that you no longer feel the need to look. It's enough to just sit here by the river's edge, breathing in and out, and relaxing. Images of your journey move through your mind. Colours and fountains. The swifts soaring above the rooftops. The moonlight spilling over the cobblestones. But these beautiful memories slowly begin to drift away as your sleepiness takes over. You let go, allowing the images to fade and disappear. Soon, you're aware of nothing but the rushing water and your calm breaths, leading you gradually into sleep. It's a fresh, sunny afternoon. Above you, the sky is a deep, radiant blue. The streets of the Aventine Hill are lined with trees, creating large patches of shade. Here, in this sleepy, residential street, you feel sheltered from the sun. And you also feel sheltered from the noises of the city. You've left the traffic behind, as well as all the hustle and bustle of the surrounding streets. This area feels like an oasis of calm. In fact, it's hard to believe that this is the centre of Rome. You're just a short walk from famous monuments like the Circus Maximus and the Colosseum. And the roads nearby are often busy with traffic. But here, in this quiet street, it feels like you're in another city, or even another world. The shade of the trees and the unexpected hush create a dreamy atmosphere. You hear some birds tweeting and a dog barking. They sound far away somehow. And then the street is silent once more. The buildings around you all seem to be residential. The apartment blocks are just 3 or 4 stories high. There are also a couple of attractive villas with lush, overgrown gardens. The villa in front of you is a rusty shade of red. its paint fading in places. Some parts of the facade are a golden yellow, while the window shutters are dark green. Although the house could probably do with a new coat of paint, the bright, cheerful shades give it a certain charm. The palm tree in the garden appears to be old as well. With its sturdy trunk and thick green leaves, it strikes you as looking dignified and noble. The drooping leaves flutter in the light wind, creating a soothing, rustling sound. As you watch the hypnotic, swaying movement of the leaves, you notice a balcony on the second floor of the villa. A woman and a teenage boy are sitting there in peaceful silence. They seem to be mother and son. The woman looks relaxed, scrolling on her phone, while the boy appears to be focused on a book that lies open on the table. Perhaps he's just come back from school and he's decided to do his homework on the balcony. A moment later, the woman turns to her son and they begin talking in Italian, in low voices. Although you can't understand what they are saying, you catch one word. Allora, says the woman with emphasis. She pauses and then continues to speak while the boy looks up from his book, listening attentively. The word allora is one you'll hear everywhere in Italy. It can be used in many different ways, but is often translated as so or well. Allora is a filler word, often used to start a sentence or question, or to keep the conversation flowing. Although it's a simple word without much meaning, there's something beautiful about it, you think. Perhaps it's the musical, lilting sound of the vowels, or the way it's followed by a pause. Or maybe it's this particular woman's voice, which is warm and soft. It's lovely to listen to. Her voice then merges into the subtle, ambient sounds, like the singing of the birds and the distant rumble of an engine being started. You decide to walk on up the hill to explore more of this peaceful neighborhood. Although you're not expecting to do much sightseeing, it's a pleasure just to stroll around, soaking up the atmosphere. It feels calming just to be here. Maybe it's because of the trees. All the streets and gardens are filled with them. There are palms, plane trees, and graceful umbrella pines with tall, thin trunks that lean to the side. The pine needles seem to rest lightly on the branches, like a floating cloud that's come to settle on the top of the tree. As you continue along the street, you breathe in the fresh scent of the trees and feel the crunch of the fallen pine needles underfoot. You walk slowly and mindfully, occasionally glancing down at the pavement. The surface is uneven in places as gnarled tree roots spread through the asphalt. It feels like nature is slowly taking over. The gardens of the houses also give you this impression. Many of them are raised high above street level, and you can see over the walls, which are covered with thick ivy and tumbling vines. You imagine that the gardens on the other side are similarly wild and untamed. It would be nice to catch a glimpse of these secret gardens, but everything here feels secluded and private, and even mysterious. There are some beautiful, yet strangely anonymous buildings behind gates, which don't appear to be residential. Standing in front of one of the gates, you notice that there's a single button on the golden plaque of the intercom. There's no sign or name. It might be a religious building. You've read that there are many churches, convents and monasteries in this area, and not all of them are signposted. Most of the buildings in this neighborhood fit into just a few categories. If they're not residential, they're most likely religious buildings, schools, embassies, or hotels. There are no shops or cafes here, and only a couple of restaurants, which explains why it's so quiet. You wander aimlessly through the sloping streets, past villas and embassies, and a picturesque hotel with palm trees in the garden. Then you become aware of a distant sound, the quiet trickle of water. Following the sound, you turn the corner and find the source. It's a classic Roman drinking fountain known as a nazzone. This name translates as big nose, though to you the fountain resembles a little silver fire hydrant. Near the top of the fountain is a small heraldic shield with the letters SPQR. This is the abbreviation of a Latin expression which means the Senate and people of Rome. Below the letters is a curved silver spout. A thick stream of water flows directly downwards. As it disappears into the hole in the pavement, It makes a gurgling sound. Although you haven't walked that far, the climb has made you thirsty. You cover the end of the spout with one hand, redirecting the flow to a small hole just above. This creates a thin jet of water that shoots upwards. You bend down and drink, savouring the cool, fresh taste. Inevitably, some of the water dribbles down your chin, but you don't mind. It feels so refreshing, and it's nice to participate in this little Roman ritual, as it's something you've seen the locals do. Returning to the main street that winds up the hill, you stop to admire another attractive villa. The walls are a dusky pink, and the path leading to the front door is made from sea green mosaic tiles. The small sign near the gate is also made from mosaics. The tiny black and white tiles portray a dog, and the Latin inscription means beware. You peer through the railings and see an old dog with shaggy grey fur waddling towards you. His muffled bark is more of a greeting than a warning. You reflect that the sign must be the owner's idea of a joke. There's no need to beware of such a docile creature. The dog stands on the mosaic pathway, panting and wagging his tail. Then he settles down in a patch of sun. It looks like he's ready for an afternoon nap. Walking on, you come to a large open area with cars parked in the middle. According to the elegant stone sign on the wall, this is the square of the Temple of Diana. Looking around, you can't see any sign of a temple. The nearby buildings look like private homes with walled gardens. As you cross the square, you find yourself wondering what lies behind these walls. If the square is named after the Temple of Diana, perhaps there are some Roman ruins hidden on private property. Diana was the goddess of hunting, wild animals, and the moon, similar to the Greek goddess Artemis. Although you can't see the temple, the name of the square is a tantalizing reminder of this area's ancient history. This place has been inhabited for centuries, just like the neighbouring hill, the Palatine. While the Palatine was the home of emperors and aristocracy, the people who lived on the Aventine were mostly plebeians, ordinary citizens. In Roman times, It would have been a lively, working-class neighbourhood with a high proportion of foreign residents. There were also many temples and shrines here. Romans came to the Aventine to worship the deities of wine and the harvest. According to the historian Livy, worshippers of the wine god Bacchus would gather in a sacred grove on the hillside. Walking on the Aventine today, it's hard to imagine what it would have been like all those years ago. It's now a quiet, affluent area, and instead of pagan temples and outdoor rituals, there are Catholic churches and secluded monasteries tucked away behind high walls. Still, you like the idea of this place having been continuously inhabited for so long. And as you stroll onwards, you spot some other reminders of the neighbourhood's history. The wall of one building is embedded with ancient marble fragments. Some of the pieces have Latin inscriptions. Others are decorated with images, like a flower or a shell, or the tendrils of a vine. Across the street, you see a house with burnt orange walls that seem to glow in the warm sunlight. It's an attractive building with a simple facade. There are white-framed windows and a brick balcony lined with potted plants and flowers. Then, as you move closer, you notice another decorative detail. Just below the balcony, half hidden in the shade, is an alcove in the wall. And standing in the middle of the alcove is a white marble statue of a woman. It's difficult to tell from this distance, but you imagine she represents a Roman deity. Perhaps she's Venus, the goddess of love, or Diana, of the hunt and the moon. Although this statue may just be a simple decoration, you like to think it was placed there intentionally as a symbol of the Aventine's past. You follow a steep, winding road to the top of the hill. Thanks to the shade and the breeze, it's a comfortable temperature for walking. But even so, you are relieved to have reached the top. Here, the terrain evens out. The row of buildings in front of you marks the western edge of the hill. This area is quiet too. Only the occasional car passes through, moving at almost the same pace as the pedestrians. But while the other streets were almost deserted, here there are more people walking around. You spot a couple of families who look like tourists. This part of the Aventine has some interesting sights, attracting visitors from across the city and all over the world. These famous places are lined up next to each other on the road that runs along the top of the hill. In front of you is the entrance to a beautiful old church. Perhaps you'll go inside later, but your instinct guides you to the left. Looking down the street, it seems to be a dead end. But you notice that a few people are gathering near a wall and forming a line. Moving in this direction, you soon find yourself in a beautiful square, surrounded by ornately decorated walls. Tall cypresses and palms sway in the breeze. A short line of people has formed to the right. Now you see that they are standing in front of a large green door at the center of a grand wall. The marble facade is decorated in a neoclassical style with elaborate carvings and heraldic symbols. But the people waiting in line seem to be more interested in the closed door. At first, you think they must be waiting to enter. Then you realize what each person is doing. One by one, they look through the keyhole, lingering there for a moment before walking away. It would never have occurred to you to peer through a random door, but clearly there's something worth looking at on the other side. There are only a few people waiting, so you join the back of the queue. When it's your turn, you put your eye to the keyhole. You're amazed by what you see. Through the keyhole, there's a view of a tunnel of trees, casting shade over a pathway. And at the end of the tunnel is the gleaming silver dome of St. Peter's Basilica against a backdrop of soft blue sky. You seem to be looking through some kind of secret garden. It's been perfectly designed to offer an uninterrupted view from the Aventine Hill to the Vatican. Technically, there are 3 sovereign states within your range of vision at the same time. The garden belongs to a villa owned by the Sovereign Order of Malta. Beyond the trees is Italian territory, and beyond that is the Dome of St. Peter's in Vatican City. You linger at the keyhole for a while, admiring the view. From here, The dome almost doesn't seem real. It's like a beautiful mirage or something from a dream. When the sunlight intensifies, the dome fades, its edges melting into the sky. Spellbound by the view, time seems to slow down. You become more aware of your breathing. When you inhale, you notice the metallic scent of the keyhole, warmed by the sun. There's no one waiting behind you, so you can stay here as long as you like. But at last, you decide to move on. You're curious to see what other views the Aventine has to offer. Retracing your steps, you pass the old church once more. Just opposite to your right, there's a large expanse of pavement where a black cat basks in the sunlight. You bend down to stroke her soft, warm fur, and she purrs contentedly. When you stand up, you're surprised to see another black cat sitting nearby in the shade. And then yet another black cat emerging from a bush. There are 3 in total. 3 identical cats relaxing on this peaceful stretch of pavement. They give the impression of being the laid-back guardians of the neighborhood, keeping an eye on things. Walking on, you pass a small park on your left, and then another church. It has a brick facade and porticoed entrance, supported by ancient marble columns. The church strikes you as having an elegant, understated beauty. Dedicated to Saint Sabina, this basilica is one of the oldest in Rome. Parts of the building date back to the early 5th century. As you admire the exterior of the church, you become aware of the soothing sound of flowing water. There are 2 fountains nearby. One is a typical Roman Nazzone, similar to the one you drank from earlier. The other, larger fountain has an unusual form. Attached to the wall is an old marble sculpture depicting the face of a bearded man. Water gushes from the mouth into a large stone basin below that resembles an ancient bathtub. The neighborhood is full of unusual remnants and decorations. Although this particular fountain is eye-catching, it would be easy to miss some of the other sights. You're glad that you've been able to take your time this afternoon, appreciating every little detail. After a refreshing drink of water from the smaller fountain, you walk on through the arched entrance of a park. Officially, this place is called Cervello Park, after an aristocratic family who lived in the area in medieval times. But it's better known as the Orange Garden. As you follow the path, your footsteps crunching on the gravel, you notice that almost all the trees around you are orange trees. Each section of grass resembles a small orchard. The vibrant oranges are like baubles among the bright green leaves. They seem more like decorations than something edible. Fallen fruits lie scattered in the grass. Somehow, this makes the garden feel more natural and inviting, contrasting with the neat landscaping. This park has been carefully designed and is well looked after, and with good reason, as you soon discover. Passing the grove of orange trees, you follow the path to your left. Suddenly, you find yourself magically transported to the view from the keyhole. Of course, it's not the same place, but it feels almost identical. You're standing on a wide path lined by towering umbrella pines, whose branches meet in the middle, creating a shady avenue. At the end, straight ahead, is the pale grey dome of St. Peter's Basilica. It seems to float on the horizon below a vast expanse of cloudless blue sky. You feel like you're dreaming. It's surreal finding yourself here, as though you'd gone right through the keyhole. The other people in the park seem to be in a similar mood. Everyone looks happy and relaxed as they stroll down the path or rest on stone benches. A young woman has set up an easel and canvas and is painting the view. Across the path, a man strums an acoustic guitar. The tune is vaguely familiar, but you're too focused on the view to pay much attention. The relaxing melody seems to fade into the background. At the end of the path are a couple of steps leading up to a large terrace. A few people are gathered there, admiring the views. As you reach the terrace, for some reason, it feels like you're stepping out onto the deck of a ship. Perhaps it has something to do with the sense of space and air. There's also the fact that you are high up, admiring a spectacular view of a landscape that flows like rolling waves. Rome has many hills, so the expanse of trees and rooftops before you almost seems to ripple. Gazing across the city, you take in the different colours and layers. The Dome of St. Peter's is the tallest monument. Turning to the right, an extravagant white building, known informally as the Wedding Cake, also stands out. The surrounding rooftops and buildings are various shades of orange, yellow, pink, and brown. In between are domes and bell towers and tilting umbrella pines. The distinctive trees sprout up like flowers among the buildings. Peering over the edge of the stone balustrade, you can see the tranquil, jade-green water of the Tiber River. The road that runs parallel is busy with traffic. It's rush hour, so many people are heading home from work. Standing here, high up on the Aventine, you feel at once connected to the city and detached from it. There's a calming sense of distance and belonging at the same time. As you become aware of this, you have the sensation that your mind is clearing. You're now feeling even more relaxed and at peace. You stay on the terrace for a while, gazing at the panorama and enjoying the fresh breeze. The blue sky gradually softens into a pale pink. You're facing west, which means you'll soon witness a gorgeous sunset. This has been the perfect afternoon, you think, as you settle down on a nearby bench. And this will be the perfect ending, watching the sun go down over the rooftops of the eternal city. Feeling deeply relaxed, you take a deep breath in. As you watch the slowly changing sky, you smile. Thanks to your long walk through this peaceful neighborhood, you're sure you will sleep well tonight. Rolling hills and mountains, green gorges and valleys stretch out towards the sea. Some areas are covered in dense woodland, while other parts are just bare plains of stone. The centre of the island is rocky and mountainous. It gradually gives way to gentler slopes, green fields, and finally, sparkling white beaches. These pristine stretches of sand curve around the island like a protective ring, creating a striking divide between land and sea. The ocean is a deep, hypnotic shade of blue, fading into turquoise as it reaches the coast. The beauty of this island is legendary. Its name is Naxos, and in more than 200,000 years of habitation, it has barely changed at all. Herds of goats and sheep graze in the fields. Farmers gather crops and harvest olives from the groves surrounding their small, whitewashed houses. The life here is pleasant but simple. Life was simple even for the princess of the island, Ariadne. Despite her wealth and status, she lived a relatively ordinary life. She was not interested in fine clothes or extravagant banquets. She wore her crown reluctantly, only because her family insisted on it. In fact, as Ariadne roamed the fields and coastal paths of her native island, she might easily have been mistaken for a shepherdess. The only thing which indicated her royal status was her golden crown, glinting in the sunlight. When Ariadne was at home, in the white palace where she had grown up, she was usually busy with her duties. But she felt happiest when she was outside, exploring the island on long, rambling walks. Sometimes she would walk through the fields and forests, breathing in the fresh scent of the cypress trees. On other days, she would set off early and hike up to the mountain, following the winding, rocky trails to find the best views of the island. But her favourite walks were her long, meandering strolls along the coast, discovering secret coves perfect for swimming. On some occasions, she spent so long at the coast, sunning herself on the beach and floating in the blue water, that it was too late to return home. With no light but the moon, it would be difficult to find her way back to the palace. Those nights, she would stay on the beach, nestled in the sand, until sunrise. On this particular day, Ariadne had chosen to sleep on the beach once again. After a long, lazy afternoon, diving into the water and exploring the rock pools, she had watched the sun set over the ocean. Knowing that it would take at least a few hours to walk home again, she settled down in the soft sand near the rocks and vegetation at the top of the beach. She felt somehow protected and sheltered by the overgrown rock face there, which towered over her like a canopy. The shadow of the tree-lined cliff would provide welcome shade when the sun rose, allowing her to stay cool and comfortable and sleep in a little later. Although the temperature dipped at night, during the height of the summer, the beach was always warm. Ariadne had no need of a blanket. The silky fabric of her dress and the warm weight of her long hair covered her body well enough. After hours of lazing in the sun and swimming in the waves, Ariadne felt pleasantly sleepy. She also felt blissfully happy. Despite all the luxury and comforts of her bedroom in the palace, nothing could compare to the experience of sleeping in the wild on this spectacular beach. She stretched out in the sand and listened to the soothing rhythm of the waves lapping in the distance. There was nowhere else she would rather be. With a deep, contented breath, she closed her eyes and fell fast asleep. Ariadne enjoyed a blissful night's rest on the beach, drifting in and out of dreams. She dreamed that she was swimming alongside dolphins, leaping and diving in the deep blue ocean around the island. She felt just as fast and just as free as they were. She could swim forever to faraway islands. Then she dreamed that she was at work at her loom, spinning a single golden thread to create a splendid, shining tapestry. She knew that she had to be dreaming. It was impossible to make a tapestry from a single thread. And yet it was magical nonetheless, watching the thread flash and spin to reveal a work of art. When it was complete, the tapestry was so large and long that it covered the entire length of the palace walls. And then she dreamed that she was standing on a cliff overlooking a vast, sandy beach. Using only her mind, she was able to create an incredible, intricate labyrinth of sand. Just as children build sandcastles, she was constructing walls of sand to create a maze. All she had to do was focus her gaze on a particular spot and imagine a wall. And there it was. It filled her with a deep sense of happiness and satisfaction, letting her imagination take flight. At one point just before the dawn, she was briefly awoken by the cry of a seabird. But she was not fully awake, and she could sense that she was still lingering in the dreaming state. All she had to do was close her eyes, focus on her breaths and the sound of the sea, and she was fast asleep once more. Ariadne picked up the thread of her dream and continued exactly where she had left off, creating the labyrinth on the sand. Then the images faded away, dissolving into the darkness as Ariadne slipped into an even deeper sleep. When she finally awoke, it was long after dawn. The sunlight was already shining across her body, warming her skin. It was like a gentle encouragement to wake up and greet the day. Ariadne sat up and stretched, feeling her body slowly come back to life. Despite the fact that she had spent the night on the sand rather than in a bed, her limbs felt loose and relaxed. Perhaps she should make the beach her bedroom, enjoying night after night of peace, relaxation, and beautiful dreams. Then she noticed a sound. It was so subtle at first that she thought it must be in her imagination. Somewhere in the distance, beyond the murmur of waves, was the low rumble of music. She could hear horns, flutes, drums, and even a chorus of voices. Was she still dreaming? If the music continued for more than a few seconds, it had to be real. She stood up and looked around the beach, searching for its source. And not only did it continue, but it grew gradually louder. The music was real, and it was coming towards her. One moment there was nothing, and the next there was everything. She turned around and saw a golden chariot, drawn not by horses, but by leopards, and commanded by a god. And behind the god were his followers, singing, playing instruments, and dancing. There were men and women, children and animals, and even mythical creatures. Ariadne was dazzled. Her first instinct was to shield her eyes, as if protecting herself from the light of the sun. She had seen images and heard stories of divine visitations, but she had never experienced anything like it. It was beautiful beyond her imagination, beyond anything she had seen in her dreams. As the chariot came closer, she realized that she recognized the god. A handsome young man with flowing dark curls. He was Bacchus, the god of wine and divine ecstasy. He wore a crown of ivy on his head, and the band of followers behind him were singing his name in praise. Despite the strangeness of this sudden apparition, Ariadne felt no sense of fear or doubt. There was something so beautiful about this scene. It was so strange and magical that she felt compelled to come closer. As if in a trance, she walked slowly towards them across the sand. The melody of their music was gorgeous and filled with joy, just like the faces of the singers and musicians. Everyone seemed to radiate light and happiness, united in adoration. The seconds slipped by at a slow pace, just like a dream. But then, all of a sudden, the chariot was there. It was right in front of her, huge and majestic, sparkling in the sunlight. If she reached out her hand, she could stroke the heads of the tame leopards that took the place of horses. They stood there calmly, patiently, waiting for the next command. Then Ariadne looked up and met the gaze of the god for the first time. In that moment, they were both filled with love. The sense of connection was inexplicable, but instantaneous. Just like in the old myths and legends, and the tales she had heard as a child, it was love at first sight. And with that love came instant trust. Bacchus stepped out of the chariot onto the sand and took her hand. There was no need for words. Ariadne understood that he was inviting her to come with him and to start a new life in the heavens. For a moment, the band fell silent, waiting for Ariadne to take her next steps. Only when she was seated comfortably in the chariot did they start again. The chorus sang a new song, accompanied by a joyous flurry of strings, the clash of cymbals, and the soaring melody of the flute. It was a song of celebration, anticipating the wedding that would soon take place. Bacchus and Ariadne sat hand in hand, listening to the swell of the music as the chariot continued its journey along the beach. The leopards walked faster and faster, breaking into a run, until the chariot took flight. Ariadne glanced over her shoulder and saw the followers remained on the beach down below, still singing and dancing. Ariadne had travelled by chariot many times, rolling down the dusty roads of her island home. She recalled the sound of the horses' hooves and the feeling of the wheels rattling beneath her, comforting and familiar. But this chariot ride was an entirely different experience, silent and smooth. They were gliding through the air, soaring effortlessly, like the seagulls that flew beside them. The chariot ascended higher and higher into the sky, soon leaving the foam and spray of the sea far below. But even as they rose above the ocean, Ariadne could not resist peering over the edge of the chariot to watch the waves. She had spent countless hours of her life gazing at the sea, but she had never seen it like this. The water was a different shade of blue, deep, dark, and mysterious. The surface was calm and placid, and in some places it hardly seemed to be moving at all. It was textured, yet motionless, like a painted surface or a fine tapestry. Despite Ariadne's remarkable skill and imagination as a weaver, she had to admit that she could never have created anything as beautiful as this ocean view. As she was watching the waves below, mesmerized, she felt a hand on her shoulder. It was Bacchus, urging her to look back one last time. She turned to see her homeland in the distance, a rugged patch of rock in the middle of the sea. It was growing smaller by the minute, dissolving into a speck of sand. Ariadne knew that this moment should feel bittersweet, but she was ready to leave her old life behind and continue on this magical journey hand in hand with the god. She wanted to travel to other islands, discover strange new lands, and walk on distant shores. The chariot was rising even higher, pulled by the racing leopards, and even the islands right beneath them seemed small. Looking over the edge, Ariadne tried to catch a glimpse of a detail, something to identify the islands. There was a childlike part of her that hoped to recognize the places she had once dreamed of. As a young girl, she had read stories of gods, heroes, and mythical creatures. Perhaps this small patch of land beneath her was the sanctuary of Circe, the legendary enchantress. The woodland glade in the distance might be home to nymphs or other forest deities. Then there was the mountain range shimmering on the horizon. Was it part of the mortal world? Or could it be Mount Olympus, the home of the gods? Ariadne knew that she could turn to Bacchus and ask him anything. He was sure to know. But she was enjoying the peaceful silence of the chariot ride through the sky, as well as the guessing game. It was fun to speculate, to imagine where they might be. There would be plenty of time in the future to learn, through travel and exploration. All she had to do was step into the chariot and take off. She could travel around the world in an instant, seeing more in a minute than other travellers would see in a lifetime. Ariadne looked up and noticed the clouds for the first time. From here, it almost felt like she could reach out and touch them. She imagined they must feel like the white heads of the dandelions that grew on the slopes of Naxos, feathery, soft and delicate. Or perhaps it was like touching a ball of thread, the softest, finest thread she used in her weaving. She smiled to herself, thinking that she would soon find out what it felt like to go through the clouds. The air was cooler up here, but she was so enraptured by the view that she barely felt the change in temperature. Bacchus noticed before she did, wrapping a golden shawl around her. Despite the speed and grace of their leopard-drawn chariot, they still had a long journey ahead of them. Bacchus told Ariadne to relax, to rest against him, and fall asleep if she grew tired. It was like a spell. Wrapped in the golden shawl, with the god at her side, Ariadne felt warm, protected, and deeply relaxed. She rested her head against his shoulder, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep, enchanted sleep. If you look up at the night sky today, you can still see a sign of Ariadne. On the day of her wedding to Bacchus, the god threw her crown into the heavens. The silver diadem remains visible even now, as the constellation known as Corona Borealis, a name which means northern crown. This constellation is a beautiful, everlasting symbol of the love between Bacchus and Ariadne, the god and the princess, who lived happily ever after. Imagine yourself sitting on a bus in London on a damp autumn afternoon. You've found a seat on the top deck at the front, so you're surrounded by windows. It feels a little like flying, slowly gliding through the streets of the city, past distinguished white buildings and the sensationally red leaves of the plane trees. It's cool outside and raining lightly on and off, the typical drizzle of an English autumn. but the bus is warm and cozy with all the heaters on. This difference in temperature makes the glass steam up. Every now and then, you brush your hand against the window next to you, clearing the moisture so you have a better view. You're in a relaxed, dreamy mood. All you want to do is watch the world go by, enjoying every detail, from the street signs to the pigeons perched along the window ledges. Your gaze drifts down to the people walking in the street below, covered up with coats and umbrellas. And then you look up again to the scenery right beside you. Because you're on the upper deck of the bus, you're at the same level as the second floor windows of the buildings on the street. When the bus is moving slowly or stopped at a traffic light, you can see inside offices, hotel rooms, and even people's living rooms. A few of the windows offer homey scenes. The bus slows down and stops at a red light. You clear the condensation from the glass with your fingers, creating a clear circle in the window, and peer through. You now have the perfect view into the window of a cozy flat where you can see a study lined with bookshelves. A tall standing lamp is switched on, as well as a couple of smaller table lamps which shine with a warm yellow light. You can see an elderly man sitting at a desk, deeply absorbed in his work, with a mug of tea or coffee next to him. He's leaning over the pages of a large book, his index finger following the lines of text as he reads. There are some pictures on the wall behind him, a portrait of a woman and what looks like a print of an old map. But then you feel the engine of the bus rumble into action as the light turns green. You're off again, leaving the man and his study behind. You love getting these little glimpses into people's lives. They're like portals into other worlds, revealed for just a few fleeting seconds. Late afternoon is the perfect time to gaze through windows. It's too early for people to close their curtains, but the fading daylight means that all the lights are switched on, so the rooms are illuminated. The bus soon halts again. It's stuck in a bit of traffic, and you gaze through another window to find a young woman playing the harp. She's perfectly framed in the glass, and the ceiling lamp above her shines down like a spotlight on a stage. It seems almost intentional, a silent performance for anyone passing by on the bus. You watch her fingers glide across the strings in quick, flurrying movements and try to imagine the sound of the music. For a moment, the noises of the bus disappear, replaced by the beautiful, soaring melody of the harp. Then the bus moves on, slowly and purposefully, making its way through the city streets. But these moments of peace stay with you. You feel comfortably cocooned in the warmth of the bus, happy to let the world pass by outside, like scenes from a slow, relaxing film without a plot. You enjoy watching through the windows, but you can also daydream, perhaps even closing your eyes for a while and resting. When you next open your eyes and look out the window, you recognize your surroundings. You see the familiar, shining colours of the London Underground sign, red, white and blue. You've arrived at Victoria Station. You could get off here and get on the tube to explore the area further. It seems to have stopped raining, and people in the street are putting their umbrellas away. But you're so comfortable on the bus, so you decide to stay for a while longer and see where it takes you. The bus continues through the streets of Westminster, and at the next stop, it fills up with tourists. You can hear all sorts of different languages being spoken in the seats behind you. The musical lilt of French and Italian, and a couple of other languages you don't recognize. You may not understand the tourists' conversations, but you can tell from the tone of their voices that they're happy and excited to be exploring the city. They're transfixed by the view from the window, pointing to signs for Buckingham Palace and Westminster Abbey, and looking out for other London icons like red telephone boxes and black taxi cabs. You turn around and see a child sitting behind you, her face pressed to the glass. In this particular moment, there's nothing special outside, just a red brick apartment building and a woman coming out of the front door, walking a small black dog. But the child is staring through the bus window, fascinated, as though she wants to absorb every little detail of the city. She seems to understand that these ordinary places are part of London too, just as representative as any famous site or tourist attraction. You're tempted to stay on the bus and continue this relaxing city tour, but you decide to make the most of the remaining daylight and take advantage of the fact that the rain has paused, at least for a little while. As the bus pulls up to the next stop, you carefully make your way down the narrow steps and through the open doors into a quiet street. On the other side of the road, there are no buildings, only an endless line of golden trees. This is St. James's Park, the oldest royal park in London. You cross the street to the entrance and walk slowly down a wide, tree-lined avenue. This park is usually full of people, office workers enjoying a lunch break, or tourists on their way to Trafalgar Square nearby. But the recent rain means that this afternoon It's quieter than usual. There are only a few people near you. A couple walking arm in arm, and a family of tourists wearing plastic ponchos for the rain. As you continue down the path, looking all around, you notice other signs of life. There are pigeons pecking at the ground beneath a bench, and tiny sparrows flitting between the trees. A small grey squirrel hops across the path in front of you, and then stops just a metre away from where you're standing. The squirrels that live here are so tame and so used to the presence of humans that they'll even take food right from your hand. This squirrel pauses to look at you, its nose twitching, and then it scampers away, over the grass and up the trunk of a large tree, until it's lost among the leaves. But once you've spotted one squirrel, you start noticing more. Suddenly, they seem to be everywhere, crouching in the grass or running up and down tree trunks. It's enjoyable to watch them, following their quick, nimble movements across the park. You're struck by their sense of purpose. Unlike the pigeons, who sit or walk around in aimless circles, each squirrel seems focused on its own secret mission, darting quickly from one place to the next. You follow the path round the park, taking care as you walk across the damp, fallen leaves. The air is growing cooler, and you sense that it's about to rain again. But you'd like to explore a bit more and see one of the most famous landmarks here. The park is divided by a beautiful, long lake. Passing through the trees, it seems to appear out of nowhere. A large expanse of still water, reflecting the grey clouds that drift slowly through the sky above. You walk towards the water, onto the low footbridge that crosses the lake. This bridge offers the best views. On the other side, at the far end of the park, you can see a large, elegant white building and the top of a gigantic Ferris wheel called the London Eye. There's also plenty to admire just looking at the lake itself. The red autumn leaves are reflected in the water along the sides of the lake, creating beautiful mirror images. Nothing disturbs the quiet stillness of the lake except for the leisurely movement of a single swan gliding effortlessly across the water. You stroll across the bridge and notice that there are other birds resting at the edge of the lake. Some are in the water, and others are in the grass nearby, underneath the golden leaves of a willow tree. There's a group of ducks, some black moorhen, and even a pelican, an impressive, tall white bird. St. James's Park is famous for its pelicans. They first arrived here in 1664 when the Russian ambassador gave King Charles II a pair of them as a gift. The descendants of these birds have remained in the park ever since. One hungry pelican used to fly away to the London Zoo to steal some fish for lunch, but generally they don't stray too far from the lake. They have everything they need here: regular feeding sessions, as well as plenty of attention from the park's visitors. They are friendly, sociable creatures who sometimes come to sit next to people on the benches. But this particular pelican seems to be happy where he is, resting beneath the willow tree. Then you feel the first drops of rain on your skin and realize that the birds are sheltering. You put up your umbrella, a large black one that covers you completely so you won't get too wet. You don't need to find shelter just yet, and you're happy to continue walking, especially while the rain is light. You amble slowly back across the bridge. The park is even emptier than before. The only sounds you can hear are the gentle pattering of raindrops on the surface of the lake and some distant birdsong. From where you are, you can't hear the city traffic. You could even pretend for a moment that you're in the grounds of a country estate instead of the centre of a bustling metropolis. You're enjoying the tranquility of the park, but you now feel ready to go back to the busy London streets. It's getting dark, and you like the idea of finding a cosy spot inside where you can warm up and dry off. This part of London is full of lovely pubs and cafes, perfect places to take shelter from the rain. You leave the park, cross a wide road, and then enter the back streets. You don't have a particular destination in mind, but you're curious to explore and see what you might stumble across. This part of the city is full of interesting sights. Historic pubs and old buildings with blue plaques on the walls commemorating famous people who once lived there. Everywhere you look, there are reminders of the past. Even the shops seem to belong to another age. You close your umbrella as you enter a covered arcade of shops, which seems almost frozen in time. There's an old-fashioned hat shop, which has so many hats stacked up against the window that you can only catch a glimpse of the interior. You see light emanating from a sconce on the wall and the edge of an open door leading into another room. On the other side of the arcade is a smart, traditional barber shop with wood-panelled walls and stylish vintage furniture, like something from a film set. You walk slowly through the arcade, peering through shop windows, listening to the echo of your shoes tapping against the stone tiles. There's some faint, jazzy background music, but you aren't sure where it's coming from. When you come out at the other end of the arcade, it's like a time warp back to the present. You're greeted by cars and taxis, and the neon light from a supermarket sign. The rain is gradually starting to get heavier. The pitter-patter of raindrops on your umbrella is louder now, and small puddles are forming on the grey pavement. You pass a few cafes and coffee shops that look inviting. There are free seats and tables inside, but you feel like walking just a little bit further. You're not sure exactly what you're looking for, but when you find it, you'll know. No matter what the weather is, there will always be some shoppers and tourists in this part of the city, and nobody seems to really mind the rain. People walk briskly, carrying umbrellas or wearing raincoats. Even the dogs are dressed for the weather. As you turn the corner, you pass a small brown dog that resembles a teddy bear, wearing a miniature plastic coat. It's trotting happily next to its owner, carefully navigating around each puddle to avoid its paws getting wet. You walk on and on, deeper into the heart of the city. You follow your instinct, hardly aware of which direction you're heading in. On a whim, you turn off the main road and into a quiet street, even though, at first glance, there's nothing there but the back doors of shops and restaurants. The facade of one building seems particularly anonymous, with black walls and frosted glass windows you can hardly see through. There are no signs to indicate what it might be. But then you look up and see a glowing sign in the shape of a lantern sticking out from the side of the building. The sign feels somehow familiar, although you can't explain why. It's like something you read about in a book long ago, or saw in a dream. The sign bears a traditional English pub name. Like many of the pubs in the cities, it's probably been around for hundreds of years. So, you're curious to see what the interior looks like. The door is hidden on the side of the building, down a narrow alleyway. You close your umbrella and shake off the raindrops, push open a creaky old door, and walk inside. Your first impression is one of warmth. There's a crackling fire in the middle of the room, and the people sitting at the tables have taken off their coats and jackets. They look comfortable and relaxed, chatting happily over their drinks. A couple of men in the corner are even playing a game of chess. In some ways, it looks more like a living room than a pub. there are other signs that this is no ordinary room. The walls are decorated with an eclectic display of mirrors and old paintings, and the wooden floor is covered with sawdust, an old-fashioned technique for soaking up spilled liquid. A wall near the entrance is covered with newspaper clippings, dating back more than 100 years. A nearby sign says that this is one of London's oldest pubs and has been a gathering place for writers and artists for centuries. You leave your umbrella by the entrance and walk slowly across the room, spotting more quirky details, like a glass case with a collection of corkscrews and a vintage telephone. And then you spot something moving near your feet. A black cat hurries past you. It pauses halfway up the steps of a nearby staircase. Instead of a collar around its neck, it's wearing a white Elizabethan ruff. This aristocratic cat sits on the steps, watching you. It looks as though it's waiting for someone to take its photo or paint its portrait. Then it suddenly turns and continues up the carpeted stairs, out of sight. You decide to follow the cat and see what's upstairs. There must be another part of the pub, a secret room perhaps. As you climb, you notice a sign in the shape of a pointing hand. It's another invitation to keep exploring. You can hear the steps creaking, the soft murmur of voices, and some faint music. Cheerful jazz from the 1930s playing quietly in the background. When you reach the top step, you find the source of the sounds. You're standing in a vintage tea room where people sit and chat over cups of tea. A vinyl record spins round and round on a record player in the corner of the room. You were expecting to find yourself in another part of the pub, but this is a separate cafe that just happens to be connected by a staircase. Next to the stairs is a sign in cursive script that reads, "Welcome to London's secret tea room." A few of the tables are occupied by other people, but the small one in the far corner is free. It's a low wooden table next to a plush velvet love seat. There's also a standing lamp with an old-fashioned tassel lampshade which emits a warm golden glow. And nearby is a small window with lace curtains. From here, you can see its glass is covered by trails of raindrops. You cross the room, walking past a couple enjoying afternoon tea with scones and sandwiches, and a young woman on her own reading a book as she waits for her steaming cup of tea to cool. Then You sit down on the comfy sofa and sink into the cushions. It's only now you realize just how much you needed to get off your feet and relax for a while. After your long walk, you've earned an equally long rest. A friendly waitress in a white apron comes to take your order. And then, a few moments later, you're greeted by another friend, the black cat. He purrs and jumps up onto the cushion beside you. You stroke his fur and scratch him behind his ears, noticing how wonderfully warm and soft he is. The cat seems to relish attention and affection, purring happily and nudging his head against you, encouraging you to keep petting him. While you wait for the tea to arrive, you gaze out of the window. The glass is becoming wet and is steaming up, so it's harder to make out the details. But you can glimpse the darkening sky and blurred golden shapes, the autumn leaves of a tree moving gently in the wind and rain. You feel so happy to be here, warm and dry, in the tea room on a wet afternoon. And you find it deeply relaxing to watch the rain. If you listen carefully, beneath the piano music that crackles softly on the record player, you can also hear it. You focus on the raindrops quietly tapping against the window. It's a monotonous, calming sound. Listening to the soft pattering, you're slowly lulled into total relaxation. If you close your eyes, you could even fall asleep. There are elegant cast iron street lamps shining with a soft golden glow. It's still daytime, though the ambient light is dim. The days are shorter at this time of year, and on wintry afternoons, the streetlights come on early. You wander down this cobbled road, gradually noticing more details. The glossy shine of the dark stones beneath your feet, and the occasional yellow leaf stuck to the ground. It must have rained recently. You can still feel the damp in the air. The street is quiet. There are only a few passers-by, chatting in hushed tones. Every now and then, someone stops to look in a shop window, intrigued by the display. The owners in this part of town clearly take pride in their presentation. Each shopfront is an opportunity not just to promote their goods, but to add something to the overall atmosphere of the street. On your left is an elegant building with a wide, curved window. On the other side of the glass are woolen scarves, hats, and gloves in every colour of the rainbow. They're arranged so beautifully, spread out with the utmost care and attention. Cashmere, says the sign in the window. This special wool is one of the softest, lightest kinds. Just looking at it is enough to make you feel warmer somehow. Next to the clothing shop is a cosy looking cafe. The windows are misted up with the heat inside, but you catch a glimpse of wood-panelled walls and comfy leather sofas. The door opens as a customer leaves, and you breathe in the scent of freshly roasted coffee. It's tempting, but for now you want to keep on walking to see what other shops you can find in this charming little neighbourhood. You pass a few selling clothes, chocolate, stationery, and then something catches your attention. Tucked away at the end of the street is a tall, narrow building. There's just a single window on each floor. Every one has its shutters thrown wide open, and the rooms are brightly illuminated, so you can see what's inside. There are shelves and shelves of books. There's no space for a fancy window display on street level, but there is a sign. Books and seashells and more. Browsers welcome. You're intrigued. You decide to go in and have a look, just as the sign suggests, and perhaps warm up a bit from the cold outside. As you push open the door, the first thing you notice is that powerful scent. It's unmistakable, the comforting smell of hundreds or even thousands of old books. You've always loved this smell, without knowing exactly why. Perhaps because the scent is richly evocative. Somehow it transports you to another time, another place, while also making you feel connected to the present moment. It is the strange magic of bookshops and libraries. You breathe in deeply. The aroma is so intoxicating that for a moment it has your full attention. It takes you a few seconds for the rest of your surroundings to register. But then, looking around slowly, you see rows of tall cases, full to overflowing, and a wide table piled high with books and seashells. The more you look, the more shells you spot. Huge pink conches perched next to books. White clamshells dangling from the ceiling. Wooden boxes filled with stones and sea glass. It's as though this bookshop has become part of the ocean itself. You can almost hear the sound of waves crashing in the distance. You want to look at the books, but you're also curious about the decorations and trinkets. You walk up to one of the wooden boxes and run your fingers gently through the shells and stones. They're cool to the touch, and there's something soothing about the tinkling sound they make as they brush against each other. The colours are so beautiful too. Pearlescent white, amethyst purple, sea green. You hear creaking footsteps on the staircase behind you and turn to look. A young woman carrying a pile of books comes down the steps and greets you. She seems genuinely pleased to have a customer. She explains that the shop belongs to her father, an enthusiastic collector of many rare items, including books. If you have any questions or are looking for something in particular, she'll be happy to help. You explain that you've just come in to browse, but you're intrigued by the mention of rare books. Most of the ones you can see on the shelves are well-thumbed paperbacks. None of them look particularly special, at least not at first glance. The young woman explains that the really precious books are kept upstairs. Her father is there now. He can show you if you're interested. On the first floor you'll find poetry and novels. On the second floor, non-fiction. And on the third floor is the room of rare books. You thank the woman and tell her you'll go and explore upstairs. To get there, you must walk up the steep, narrow staircase that creaks with every step. It makes you think of an old sailing ship with wooden planks that groan as it moves through the water. Above you, the ceiling is so low, you have to crouch down slightly. On the landing between the second and third floors, you encounter a purring ginger cat. He comes to rub up against your legs, and then follows you up the stairs, overtaking at the last step. It's as though he's inviting you to follow him and welcoming you to his home. The third floor consists of a large, cozy room lined with beautiful hardback books. In the centre of the room is a plush, moss-green sofa and a coffee table stacked high with vintage comic books and magazines. Everything is softly illuminated by the golden light from a gorgeous, old-fashioned ceiling lamp. This is your idea of paradise. A warm, comfortable room with every kind of reading material imaginable. Perhaps you'll settle here for a while, browsing from the comfort of the sofa. You pick a book from a nearby shelf. The spine is very thin, but decorated in ornate gold leaf that glints in the lamplight. As you sink into the cushions of the sofa, you glance at the cover and then run your finger over the edges of the pages. Even the paper is lined with gold. It truly is spectacular. It's only when you open a page at random that you discover it's actually a children's book. An old story you know well. The sight of familiar illustrations, combined with the musty, vanilla scent of the paper, fills you with nostalgia. You'd completely forgotten that this story even existed. Suddenly, you are transported back in time to your own childhood. As you slowly turn the pages, breathing in that wonderful, evocative smell, the ginger cat leaps up onto the cushion beside you. With your spare hand, you scratch him behind the ear and run your fingers through his fur, stroking the soft arch of his back. You are so deeply relaxed. You could almost drift off to sleep right here on the sofa. You sit there for a while, reading slowly. You're not fully focused on the story, but the words gradually filter into your consciousness. Beautiful and melodious. You love how just one simple word can cast a spell, creating images and conjuring up memories. Just as you're about to turn to the next page, you hear footsteps behind you. You turn to see a man hugging a pile of books to his chest. He must be the owner, the father of the young woman you met downstairs. He walks over and introduces himself as Peter. He glances at the book in your lap. It's one of his favourites too, he says. He's glad to see that someone else appreciates it. You tell him that you love all kinds of books, but that you're particularly interested in rare collections. Peter's face lights up. He looks delighted to have met someone else who shares his passion. He carefully puts the stack he's carrying down on the coffee table. Then he walks over to a bookcase on the far side of the room and gestures for you to follow him. "What do you notice about this bookshelf?" he asks. You stand beside him and scan the shelves, looking up, down, and side to side. You don't notice anything in particular. It resembles all the other shelves you've seen so far, packed tightly with old hardbacks in every possible space. You turn to him in confusion, but his smile seems to say, "Keep looking." So you do, skimming over the spines from left to right. You have no idea what you're supposed to find, until you see a book at the very end of the shelf. It has a red cover with a strange title written in silver. It reads, "The Door." Peter sees you staring and chuckles. This must be it, you think. You reach out to touch the red book and realize at once that it's not real. Instead of trying to pull it out, you push it lightly until you hear a quiet click. Slowly, the bookshelf begins to move. At first, it seems to sink into the wall, then travel beyond it. It's no ordinary shelf, you realize. It's a door to another room. For a moment, you think you must be dreaming. You rub your eyes, then gaze through the gap in astonishment. How can it be possible? You had imagined that this room was the final part of the bookshop, with nowhere else to go. And now, you find yourself staring at the entrance to a secret room. You're filled with a sense of childlike wonder, as if you're standing on the threshold to some new magical world. Peter pushes the door open a little wider, taking care not to dislodge any of the books on the shelf. With the exception of the red one you pushed, all the others are real. It seems that every single nook and cranny of the bookshop is packed with treasures. This secret place is no exception. Peter tells you this is the room of rare books. It's small, but every inch of available space seems to be occupied. There are large, heavy hardbacks with crumbling spines and delicate little pamphlets made from transparent paper. On the far wall is a glass display case, illuminated by a pair of spotlights. Peter jokes that this is the town's smallest and most exclusive museum. Admission is free for the special few. Most of the time, only academics and collectors enter this room. The average customer who visits the shop has no idea that this place even exists. But it seems Peter has recognized a fellow book lover in you, and with no other customers this afternoon, he has the time to show you his collection. He's happy to give you a little tour, slowly circling the room and pointing out highlights. Rare or antiquarian books are not necessarily as old as you might expect. Even a relatively modern book can be classed as rare, he tells you. For example, a first edition hardback, printed in limited numbers, can be particularly sought after. Even if this book was only printed a couple of decades ago, it might be more valuable than a much older book. Another factor to consider is the condition of the book. Peter explains that he always handles these with the utmost care, using gloves when he touches them and keeping them at a low, steady temperature. Now you can understand why this room feels so much cooler than the rest of the bookshop. It seems every aspect of this little nook has been designed to preserve these rare books. As Peter shows you around the room, you're touched by the enthusiasm in his voice. Despite his grey hair and beard, there are moments when he reminds you of a child, proudly showing off his collection. Peter explains that his passion is Victorian literature, both as a reader and as a collector. It's a love that began at an early age. When he was a child, helping his father to sort through boxes of books they'd inherited, Peter picked out a little blue one for himself. It was hidden beneath papers at the bottom of the box and might have easily been missed, but for some reason it grabbed Peter's attention. He carefully lifted it out and dusted off the cover. Then he showed it to his father, who also seemed to understand that it was special. Following their instincts, they took it to an expert and discovered that it was very rare indeed. It was one of the few known copies of a first edition book by a famous 19th century novelist. Their discovery was such an event in their sleepy little town that it even made the local news. Although Peter must have told this story 100 times before, He speaks with a genuine warmth and enthusiasm. Listening to him now, you can picture him as a child, rejoicing in this unexpected discovery. The book became one of his family's most treasured possessions. It was also the start of a new chapter in Peter's life, as his love of rare books and literature blossomed into something that was more of a hobby. It's incredible to think that this chance discovery as a child set Peter on a path he has followed ever since. The word serendipity comes to mind, he tells you. Some experiences may seem more significant than others, but life is full of these remarkable, yet seemingly random moments. Just think, says Peter, of everything that had to happen for you to get where you are now. Even your choice to keep exploring the street, which led you into the bookshop, and your choice to linger on the sofa and have a conversation that in turn revealed the room of rare books. It pleases you to think of all the little moments that came together to bring you to this place. But now Peter says he must return to work cataloguing and stacking shelves. But before he leaves, he wants to show you just one more thing. Have you ever held a very rare book? He asks you. You shake your head. He takes a silver key out of his pocket and opens the glass door of the display case. Then he puts on a pair of white rubber gloves and hands a matching set to you. Peter gently picks up a small, leather-bound book from the display case and places it carefully in your hands. There's nothing written on the spine or cover, and some of the pages seem to be coming loose. You don't want to damage it. But Peter insists that as long as you turn the pages slowly and gently, you have nothing to worry about. Imagine that you're reading the book underwater, he says. It may sound strange, but it can help you to slow down and avoid flicking through the pages as you would normally. Ever so carefully, you turn the brittle pages one by one. You breathe in that lovely smell of old paper, along with a faint floral scent. You glimpse flashes of colour near the binding, and the aroma intensifies. It seems the owner of the book pressed flowers between some of the pages, and they've been beautifully preserved, as though frozen in time. The other thing that strikes you is the nature of the writing inside. Instead of printed typeface, you're surprised to see looping calligraphy. The handwriting is strange and the ink faded, but you can still make out the words if you look closely. As you try to decipher the letters, Peter breaks the silence by uttering the name of a writer you know well. It takes a moment for you to understand and connect the name with this fragile little notebook in your hands. Is it true? You ask him. Peter's smile is his answer. You look back at the mysterious ink letters that crisscross the pages. They're suddenly infused with new meaning. This is the personal notebook of one of the greatest writers in English literature. And of course, it's the only one in existence. It is truly one of a kind. You feel awed, touched, and humbled to be holding such a special object. Together with Peter, you turn the pages in respectful silence. Sometimes you stop to read a line, focusing your attention on a particular word or phrase. Sometimes you try to take in the whole page, or more. You imagine the writer holding the book as you are now, so many years ago. You spend a few more moments with this unique piece of history before handing it back to Peter. He carefully places the book back in the display case, locks the door, and then leads you out of the room. Behind you, the bookshelf that hides the entrance seems to swing shut by itself, as if by magic. Standing in the shop, you would never dream that there could be a room on the other side of that wall, let alone one filled with so many treasures. You feel grateful for this moment of serendipity and thank Peter warmly before he heads downstairs. "Anytime," he says, "and if you ever want to visit again, you know where to find the room of rare books." Before you leave the shop, you'd like to browse a little more, perhaps, and choose a couple of books to buy. But first, you can't resist the temptation of the sofa. The ginger cat is still there, curled up, asleep. You ease yourself down into the soft cushions so as to not disturb him. Then you reach over to stroke him as slowly and gently as if you were touching a delicate book. He's so soft and warm, and with each little breath, his whole body seems to vibrate and hum. In just a matter of seconds, you feel completely relaxed. And then you begin to get sleepy. It's like the flick of a switch. You sink deeper into the sofa and close your eyes, just for a moment. And then, lulled by the quiet purring of the cat and the cozy hush of the bookshop, you cross the threshold into another room, another world, a realm of dreams and stories yet to be told. On this beautiful morning in early June, you've come to explore the countryside. This part of central Italy, not far from Rome, is full of natural beauty. It's a land of lush fields, hills, and volcanic lakes. And there's more to the countryside than meets the eye. As well as the many farms and vineyards, there are woods full of edible treasures. But you have to know where to look. As you walk through the field, you're accompanied by a local guide. Sonia is a cheerful, talkative woman in her 60s who carries a large wicker basket over her arm. Like you, she's dressed in light, comfortable clothes and wearing sturdy shoes. Trotting beside Sonia is her black and white dog, a spaniel named Lola. Together, the three of you walk slowly through the long grass, which is dotted with bright red poppies and other wildflowers. You can feel the sun gently warming the back of your neck, as well as a cool, pleasant breeze. It's going to be a hot day, but right now, mid-morning, the temperature is perfect. The gradual transition from spring to summer is such a lovely time of the year. The days become warmer, but they're still fresh. And the coming of the new season brings a subtle change in atmosphere, as well as the rich sense of new flowers in bloom. You can appreciate these changes in the city too, but they seem even more special out here, immersed in nature. It's so quiet and peaceful. This part of the countryside has remained almost untouched. There are no cars, buildings, or even other people. It's pure nature. The only sounds are the melodic birdsong in the background, and, if you listen closely, the low buzz of insects. The sound of your footsteps is muffled by the soft earth and surrounding grass. It almost feels as though you're a silent, invisible presence passing through without disturbing nature. You're happy to be here with Sonia, who knows the area well. She clearly has a deep respect for nature and a knowledge of many of the plants that grow here. During your walk, she often draws your attention to things you might have easily missed. She points out a particular butterfly or a plant that can be identified by the distinctive shape of its leaves. Sonia explains that she has always been observant ever since she was a child. She enjoys looking closely at things and appreciating aspects of nature that others take for granted. Many of the plants you're going to see today are often called weeds. But as Sonia points out, There's nothing wrong with them. The term weed is used for plants that are unwanted, growing in the wrong place in the garden. Out here in the fields, there's no such thing as a weed. Besides, every plant has its uses. This is something that the people in the area have known for generations. There's a long history of foraging, picking wild plants and using them for cooking or for medicine. It was often women who went out into the woods and fields. They would spend long days gathering plants such as chicory, asparagus, nettles, or mushrooms. The food they harvested would be sold to local restaurants or markets and used at home to prepare delicious, healthy meals. Sonia recalls family members coming home with bags overflowing with leaves. For them, foraging was work. But for Sonia, it's a passion. Now that she's retired, she enjoys roaming the countryside, looking for anything she can pick and cook. And every now and then, she does foraging tours with curious visitors. She loves sharing her knowledge, and she wants to make sure that this understanding and appreciation of local plants is passed on. It's like a local dialect, she says. Over time, fewer and fewer people speak the language, and the shared knowledge is lost. It would be a shame if that were to happen with plants and flowers. It's much easier to learn how to forage than to pick up a new language. But even so, it's a little more complex than you might think. You have to know exactly what to look for, and where, and in which season. Some of the plants are hidden from view, surrounded by tall grass, or obscured by dense vegetation. And many of the plants look confusingly similar to one another. That's the case with the first plant you find in a shady, wooded area. Sonia points out two patches of leafy plants, which are almost hidden by the grass. To your eyes, the plants look identical. They have long, dark green leaves and look like a cross between spinach and rocket, or arugula. Sonia picks some of the leaves to the right and explains that this one is the edible plant. It's wild chicory, or cicoria in Italian. Soon it will flower, and it will be easier to recognize, as it has gorgeous, bright blue petals. But even now, without the flower, there are ways to identify chicory. One telltale sign is the shape of the leaves. They are pointed, resembling serrated arrowheads. Another clue is the arrangement of the leaves near the soil in rosette formation. The chicory leaves spread out like a star. As you bend down to help Sonia pick the leaves, she tells you more about the plant. It has a strong, bitter taste and is full of fiber and vitamins. In this part of Italy, chicory is often cooked and then fried with oil, garlic, and chili. In the winter, another kind of chicory is used in a crisp, delicious salad known as puntarelle. The leaves are soaked in cold water and then covered with a dressing made from oil, vinegar, garlic, and anchovies. It's an acquired taste, but in this region, it's a popular side dish that goes with just about everything. You ask Sonia what she plans to make with these particular leaves. With a laugh, she explains that these are just a souvenir from your walk. Like spinach, it takes huge quantities of chicory to make anything. Even so, it feels good to pick the leaves, feeling the slight rough texture between your fingers. You like knowing that this plant has so much potential and that you're taking part in a kind of tradition. For centuries, people have been foraging for chicory in the countryside, just as you are now. Lola also shows an interest in the plants, sniffing everything enthusiastically. She can't help with this kind of foraging, but with her keen sense of smell, she could hunt for truffles. One day, she might be trained. But for now, Sonia is happy just to have her company as the dog bounds through the grass, tail wagging. A little further ahead, Sonia spots another plant. Growing in the shade of an oak tree are long, thin shoots of asparagus. These are easier to recognize as they're so distinctive. They look like delicate green spears with feathery tips. You're surprised by just how long the stalks are. Some are more than a meter in length. When they sway in the breeze, they make you think of strands of kelp underwater. There are moments when this secluded grove reminds you of being in the sea. The vegetation and long grass are like plants on the seabed, and the sunlight that filters through the leaves above has a dreamy, underwater quality. The atmosphere is so tranquil that you find yourself moving slowly, picking the asparagus one strand at a time, then placing it in Sonia's basket. You take your time, trying to gather as much as possible. Unlike the chicory, Sonia plans to use the asparagus in her cooking. She'll use some of it for a creamy pasta dish with a dash of white wine and parmesan sprinkled on top. But her favourite way to cook asparagus is in a frittata, an egg dish similar to an omelette. It's so quick and easy to make, and it brings back happy memories of family meals and picnics. Her grandmother made the most delicious frittata. Each slice was bursting with flavour, and Sonia found it hard to limit herself to just one piece. As Sonia talks, you find yourself getting hungry. Then, as if reading your mind, Sonia tells you that there's not long to go till lunch. Afterwards, she'll take you to her house, where you'll enjoy a traditional meal made from foraged ingredients. Walking a little further, you soon come across clusters of borage, also known as starflower. The first thing that catches your attention is the flower itself. The central part resembles a red starfish surrounded by vibrant lilac petals shaped like triangles. But the stem and leaves are also unusual, as they're covered in soft white bristles, almost like a layer of fur. Each flower seems to droop, bowing its head, while the asparagus shoots stood tall and proud. The borage looks shy by comparison. The flowers are so beautiful that you're almost reluctant to pick them. But Sonia encourages you to go ahead. At this time of year, they are everywhere, and these ones will be put to good use. Sonia will give some of the leaves and flowers to her sister, who likes to make borage tea. It has an unusual taste, a little like cucumber, but her sister drinks it not for the flavour, but for its calming, healing properties. Borage has been used in drinks and medicines since ancient times. It's believed to have all kinds of health benefits, from soothing skin to brightening moods. Sonia is more interested in cooking. She wants to try making some fresh ravioli filled with cheese and borage leaves. The flowers are edible too, so she'll sprinkle a few on top as decoration. She likes the idea of making something that not only tastes good, but looks beautiful. After gathering some of the flowers and leaves, you walk on, deeper into the woodland. Lola seems happy to lead the way, bounding ahead. The winding trail soon opens out into a sunny clearing, encircled by trees with little white flowers. Sonia is just as surprised and delighted as you are. She'd intended to take another path, and she'd completely forgotten about this part of the woods. Bending down to stroke Lola, she thanks her for being such a good guide. Lola has brought you to an area filled with elder trees. Each one blooms with clusters of tiny, cream-colored flowers. They resemble little white trees springing out of the green leaves. In the rays of the sun, some of the flowers almost seem to glow, a bright, radiant white. Sonia takes out a pair of pruning shears and cuts one of the little bunches of elderflower. Then she hands the flowers to you and asks what you think of the smell. Inhaling deeply, you notice a rich floral scent mixed with an almost citrusy aroma. It's the smell of summer. Sonia takes a sniff and agrees with you. When the elderflower smells like this, it means it's perfect for harvesting. As you take it in turns to cut the flowers, you ask Sonia what she intends to do with them. You imagine she'll make a syrup and use it as a cordial or cocktail, or perhaps a dessert. Sonia smiles. "You'll find out later," she says. "It will be a surprise." Once you've finished gathering the elderflower, you cross the clearing and follow another trail. Along the way, Sonia points out other plants and flowers, including some nettles, which she says are edible. "Nature has so much to give," she says, "if you're patient and learn how to look." She could easily spend the entire day here, searching every bush and grove. But it's time to move on, as lunch awaits. And as much as you're enjoying the walk, you're looking forward to sitting down, resting, and of course, eating. When you come out of the woodland, you can hardly believe your eyes. In front of you, in the middle of the greenery, is a bright patch of blue. It's a lake. The still surface is like a mirror, reflecting the sky and the glittering sunshine. You knew that there was a lake somewhere near here, but you weren't expecting it to appear out of nowhere, like something from a dream. The intense shimmer of the water gives it an unreal quality, like a vision. But as you walk towards it, meandering through the tall grass, it becomes clear that the lake is not just a figment of your imagination. It's really there, a vast, still pool, surrounded by trees and gently sloping hills. Sonia tells you that this is a volcanic lake. It was formed thousands of years ago when a volcano collapsed during an eruption. Over time, it filled with water, forming a lake. Some volcanic lakes become tourist attractions and popular swimming spots. But this particular lake has remained virtually untouched. It feels like a wild, timeless place. At first, the lake seems to be just as silent as the woodland. The only sound is the quiet chirping of the birds. But as you walk through the field close to the lake, you hear a soft splashing sound. Then, passing through a thicket of trees, a fisherman comes into view. He's sitting comfortably in a chair, his fishing rod extending out into the lake. Although you can't see his face clearly from here, you can imagine his expression, a look of calm contentment. He's alone in this beautiful paradise, basking in the warmth of the sun and savouring the cool breeze from the lake. Sonia whispers to you. She thinks she recognizes the fisherman, but she doesn't want to disturb him. You walk on, leaving him to enjoy his quiet, tranquil morning by the lake. There's not much further to go now. Sonia leads you up a sloping path through another wooded area. Here, she points out some more edible plants. Some are eye-catching flowers, while others are ordinary-looking plants camouflaged in the grass. Sonia is amazingly observant, able to pick out edible treasures even in the most unlikely of places. You notice everything with interest, but this time you don't stop to pick any plants. You're feeling a little tired and hungry, and you're keen to get to Sonia's house. She says it's close by, but it's hard to imagine anyone living in such a remote part of the countryside. There don't seem to be any roads nearby, and you haven't seen a single building or any people apart from the fisherman. You continue on, up a hill that gradually becomes steeper. When you reach the top, you take a bottle from your bag and drink some water. In this moment, it feels like there's nothing better in the world. Just a few refreshing sips are enough to fill you with a new energy. After a sigh of satisfaction, you tell Sonia that you are ready to walk on. But there's no need to walk any further. Just a few more steps bring you to a gate half hidden by the trees. Sonia unlocks it and welcomes you to her garden. Coming out of the shade, you find yourself on a large stretch of grass, bordered by flower beds, bushes, and the occasional tree. The grass has been cut recently, and the garden is clearly looked after. But it also feels relaxed and natural, as though most things have been left to grow without interference. It's like a tamed wilderness. Sonia walks ahead and beckons you to join her. From the far edge of the garden, there's the most spectacular view. You can see the lake in its entirety, a smooth, glassy surface shaped like a perfect oval. It's surrounded on all sides by dense layers of greenery and small, softly rounded hills. This edge of the garden is lined with bushes of beautiful red flowers. They create a natural border for the lake view, framing it perfectly. You're tempted to take a photo, but you resist the urge just for a moment. You want to experience this moment through your own eyes first, appreciating every detail. Your gaze drifts from the serene waters of the lake to the distant hills. In some parts, they are dappled in darker patches of green as they're covered by the shadows of the clouds above. And then you look up at the sky itself, a celestial shade of azure. Afterwards, somehow, you feel satiated. It's like the sensation you had earlier, drinking the water until your thirst was quenched. Experiencing this kind of natural beauty fulfills a need you didn't even know you had. Next, Sonia invites you to sit down at a picnic table in the shade. There's a wonderful view of the lake from here, too. It feels so good to finally sit down. As you make yourself comfortable on the bench and pour yourself a glass of water, Sonia tells you a little about the house. She doesn't live here, but it's shared by everyone in her family. They often use it for parties and family gatherings, or they take it in turns to stay here at the weekend whenever they need some peace and quiet. Although the house isn't hers alone, Sonia is the person who uses it the most. She comes here all the time, sometimes joined by her husband and children, and always accompanied by Lola. As Lola is a young, energetic dog, it's good for her to have all this space where she can run around. But right now, after the long walk, Lola seems ready to rest as well. She sits patiently beside the table, looking expectantly at Sonia. It seems that Lola is also looking forward to the meal. You remain sitting here while Sonia moves between the garden and the house, often followed by Lola. Rather than cook from scratch, Sonia is serving some food she's prepared earlier. You offer to help her, but she shakes her head and tells you to relax. You are a guest, after all, and she enjoys being a host. It doesn't take long for Sonia to bring out all the food. But when she's done, every inch of space on the table is filled. The food is simple, but delicious. There are fresh salads dressed with flavorful olive oil, and cooked chicory with garlic and chili. Of course, there's an asparagus frittata, which Sonia makes just like her grandmother used to. There are also some green olives, a selection of local cheeses and honey, and slices of crusty bread. At one point, Sonia goes back into the kitchen. You continue eating, wondering what she could be doing in there. There are already so many wonderful dishes. You doubt there's any space left on the table or in your stomach. But then Sonia returns with yet another plate and presents you with the final dish. It's a pile of crispy, honey-coloured leaves, as well as some strange formations that look like bouquets of little golden bubbles. Then you look closer and realize what they are. They are borage leaves and elderflowers, lightly fried in a crispy batter. You take one of the fried flowers, holding it at the tip of the stem so your fingers don't get greasy. Then you take a bite, feeling the warm bubbles melt on your tongue. It's a subtle flavour, but absolutely delicious. The layer of batter is remarkably thin, creating a light, salty coating around the flowers. The leaves have the same delicate consistency. After this memorable meal, Sonia returns to the kitchen once more to make some coffee. She suggests you make yourself comfortable in the nearby lounger. It's been perfectly positioned so you can enjoy the view of the lake and feel the breeze. Sonia is right, you reflect, as you sink into the lounger. Just like the meal, every aspect of the garden has been carefully considered to make the most of its natural qualities. There's nothing that could be improved. It's perfect, exactly as it is. Sonia will soon come back with the coffee, but there are no other plans for the day. You can stay here as long as you like, gazing at the lake and drifting into a state of deeper relaxation. It's been such a beautiful day, you think, and just moments later, you give in to the urge to close your eyes and rest. The island is a wild, rugged patch of land in the middle of the dazzling blue ocean. There's nothing else around apart from a few rocks scattered randomly in the sea. The mainland is miles and miles away. This island is so small and so remote that it doesn't yet appear on any maps. A sorcerer named Prospero once lived here, along with his daughter, Miranda. But they've now left the island, and there are no longer any traces of their presence. The island is pure nature, an unspoiled paradise. Its only inhabitants are the birds and the other creatures that live among the rocks and trees. And then there are the spirits. They're as old as the island itself, and they represent the very essence of the elements. There are spirits of fire, air, earth, and water who live at one with nature. Ariel is a spirit of the air. Born from a cloud, Ariel has lived on the island their entire life. They know every inch of the land, from the crumbling rocks of the cliff face to the fine white sand of the beaches. And of course, they know the air above the island. Every morning, Ariel wakes up with the sunrise and soars into the sky. They float above the treetops, then higher and higher, singing all the while. Mixed with the morning chorus of the birds is the soothing melody of Ariel's song, echoing across the island. As Ariel flies and sings, they are almost invisible. Like other spirits, Ariel can take just about any form, but most of the time they're in their natural state of luminescent near transparency. In the air, they resemble a shimmering patch of light, like a glowing outline of a bird. Ariel flits smoothly through the sky, sometimes visible as a radiant cloud, and sometimes disappearing completely. When Prospero lived on the island, Ariel was kept busy all day, helping the sorcerer with various tasks. But now they are free. They can spend their mornings like this, swooping joyfully through the air and admiring the views of their beloved island. From up here, it looks so lush and green. Apart from the rocky cliffs to the north and the thin stretch of sand to the west, the island is entirely covered with trees. There are pines and cypresses forming dense groves, as well as ancient, majestic dragon trees spread among the rocks. Even here, high above the treetops, Ariel can smell their fresh, woody fragrance. The scent travels far in the morning breeze, mixed with the salty air of the ocean. Ariel breathes in deeply, letting these beautiful aromas mingle, spreading throughout their entire being. In moments like these, the spirit is inseparable from the nature surrounding them. Ariel and the air are one and the same. For a while, Ariel drifts lazily on the wind, watching the branches sway below. This is one of the best ways to spend the morning, floating without direction, going wherever the breeze takes them. It's so deeply relaxing, Ariel could even fall asleep right here on the breeze. But eventually, the spirit turns their attention skywards. Gazing up at the billowing white clouds, Ariel decides to play their favorite game. As an air spirit, they command the clouds, making them grow, shrink, or move in any direction. It requires no effort and no magic spell. All Ariel has to do is gently shift their awareness, focusing on the clouds before them. The air spirit can move the wind and the clouds as freely and easily as a bird flapping its wings. Ariel focuses on a small white cloud directly above the island. First, it spreads outwards, growing softer and thinner towards the edges. Then it transforms into a fluffy ball, then a pyramid, and then a mountain. It gets bigger and bigger, casting a soft shadow over the island. Once, at Prospero's command, Ariel created a tempest, a dramatic storm with booming thunder and white flashes of lightning. Conjuring up a storm is easy for Ariel and enjoyable in a way. They like the creativity of summoning great claps of thunder and choosing where to direct the lightning bolts. But these days, Ariel rarely finds a reason to unleash a tempest. Instead, they settle for rain showers or playing with the clouds, just like this. The spirit watches with satisfaction as the mountainous cloud changes shape once again, dissolving into silvery tufts. The pieces then scatter into the sunlight, glowing at the edges. Ariel could happily spend hours like this, absorbed by these games in the sky. Controlling the clouds is like directing an orchestra or painting a picture. It's pure creativity, and it feels so freeing. When Ariel is up here, surrounded by the ever-changing clouds, they are completely at peace. The sun gradually becomes warmer and brighter. The clouds turn from grey to white, and then to gold. Ariel floats in the air below, bathing in the divine warmth of the sunlight. They become so relaxed and sleepy that they eventually let the clouds slip from their control. As much as they enjoy the game, Ariel likes to let the clouds move freely too. The air spirit feels a sense of affinity with everything else that moves through the sky, from the raindrops to the seagulls. So, although Ariel has fun directing the air, they know that sometimes it's better to let go. This way, everything can follow its natural flow. Ariel plays with one more cloud, shaping it into a misty spiral. Then they let go and watch as the cloud moves on its own, slowly dispersing into the atmosphere. Until evening, there's nothing Ariel has to do. They are free to spend the day as they like, moving between the elements. Perhaps they'll go from the sky to the sea, or somewhere in between. As they sink down, floating towards the canopy, they catch the scent of the woods once more. It's strong and enticing, so Ariel decides to drift through the trees for a while. The fragrance becomes stronger as Ariel descends. Passing through the branches, they breathe in deeply, identifying each individual aroma. There's the fresh scent of resin and pine needles. Then there are the flowers, berries, and citrus fruits, mixed with something like honey. Together, they create an intoxicating cloud of pure, natural perfume. For Ariel, these scents are like a healing balm. They're the smell of home, nourishing to all the spirits that live on the island. Ariel is not the only spirit who lives here. There are many others. Some nature spirits inhabit the caves near the beach or the stream that runs through the woods. But most of them live right among the trees where Ariel is passing through now. The spirits are invisible, but Ariel can sense their presence and hear their calls. At first, these sounds might be mistaken for birdsong or the hum of a cicada. Some even resemble a musical instrument, the melodic strum of a harp or the long notes of a flute. But in fact, these strange sounds are the calls of the island's spirits as they communicate with each other or sing to themselves. As Ariel floats through the leaves, they hear a familiar sound. It's a long, whistling hoot, like the call of an owl. Ariel recognizes it as the greeting of another spirit who lives in this grove of trees. They respond with their own distinctive call, a series of high-pitched notes, like a siren's song. This is how the spirits of the island communicate. They enjoy a quiet, peaceful coexistence, interacting with the occasional call. The spirits tend to keep to themselves, but they acknowledge each other like this, with beautiful sounds that reverberate through the forest. Ariel remembers the period when humans lived on the island, as well as the sorcerer Prospero and his daughter. There were the survivors of a shipwreck. These people were mystified by the strange sounds of the forest, as they couldn't understand where they were coming from. Only Prospero understood. After living on the island for years and studying its secrets, he knew that there was nothing to be afraid of. At first, the sounds seemed unnatural, but in fact, they were just as natural as the songs of the birds, the rolling waves, and all the other sounds of the island. Moving on through the woods, Ariel comes to the cave which was once home to the sorcerer. Prospero lived here with his daughter, studying nature and magic. It was here that he often met with Ariel, asking for the spirit's assistance. Ariel was Prospero's spy and servant, helping him in every way. Together they created storms and apparitions, and cast sleeping spells. But now, there's no sign that the sorcerer was ever here. The cave is empty and has already been reclaimed by nature. Just days after Prospero's departure, the birds and animals of the island took over the cave. They gathered the clothes and furnishings he left behind and used them to decorate their own nests and dens. Nothing was wasted. Passing the cave, Ariel is happy to see how wild and natural it's become. Now there are animal tracks in the dirt and sprawling vines across the entrance. This is how it should be, thinks Ariel. Everything is right with the island and the world too. After all, for Ariel and the island's other inhabitants, this remote patch of land is their entire universe. A little way past the cave, the trees spread out and the forest becomes brighter. Ariel moves through the pines towards the light. Soon, the beach is visible, its powdery golden sand shining in the morning sun. This tranquil stretch of coastline is completely empty. It's so quiet, so peaceful. The only sound is the murmuring rush of the tide. Ariel hovers over the glittering waves. In this light, the water is many shades of blue. There are dark patches of indigo merging into crystalline turquoise. For a moment, Ariel is content to simply float over the waves, watching them sparkle in the sunlight. But gazing into the water, they soon feel the familiar pull, a craving to dive into the blue depths of the ocean. In an instant, Ariel changes into one of their many forms, a sea nymph. Now, Ariel resembles a glowing fairy with a small human-like body. This shape allows them to swim more easily, and this way, Ariel can fully enjoy the sensation of being in the ocean. As they plunge into the waves, they savor the feeling of the cool water on their body. Although Ariel's favorite element is the air, they also feel at ease in the water. gliding through the sea with the speed and grace of a dolphin. Ariel delights in every moment, spinning and twirling in the clear water. Then, when they start to feel tired, they let their limbs relax and float up to the surface. Here, they drift on the gentle waves, looking up at the blue sky and watching the clouds. After floating lazily for a while, Ariel dips their head below the surface once more. They like watching the slow, hypnotic movements of the brightly coloured fish and keeping an eye out for treasures. Sometimes they'll find a patterned shell or a shining pearl. Whenever Ariel finds something pretty on the sea bed, they dive down and pick it up. Then they add it to their secret collection of treasures. In a cave near the beach, Ariel has hidden away a box made of driftwood. It contains all the beautiful objects they found on their adventures. Swimming deeper, Ariel sees nothing but schools of fish and long strands of seaweed. Today, there's nothing to collect, but Ariel doesn't mind. They can come back the next day, and the day after that. The sea is constantly changing, and you never know what might appear, carried by the current. Just as Ariel is about to return to the surface, something catches their eye. Nestled in the seaweed forest is a strange brown object. Ariel swims closer to investigate. There's something familiar about this object. They've seen it before, and not so long ago. Brushing away the seaweed, Ariel realizes what it is. It's a large, leather-bound book. A book of magic. Ariel remembers seeing this in Prospero's cave. The sorcerer used it to teach himself spells and enchantments. This was the book that enabled him to communicate with the spirits of the island, including Ariel. But when Prospero left the island, he renounced his magic and threw his book into the waves. And here it is now, deep underwater. Ariel looks at it curiously, wondering whether the pages are still legible. There's a temptation to rescue it and to add the book to their collection of sea treasures. But in the end, Ariel decides to leave it where it is. The book is exactly where Prospero intended it to be when he gave up his magic and said goodbye to the island. It represents the end of an era. And it seems fitting that the book should be returned to nature, just like everything else on the island. Over time, below the waves, Prospero's book of magic will slowly be changed by the sea, transforming into something else. Swimming onwards, Ariel can feel themselves undergoing a similar kind of sea change. They feel so calm and relaxed down here. It's a beautiful sensation, feeling the water flow right through them. Ariel can merge into all the elements and feels at home anywhere. They spend the rest of the day in the ocean, swimming alongside fish, turtles, and dolphins. But eventually, Ariel becomes aware of the changing light. The water is slowly becoming darker, turning a deeper shade of blue as the sunlight fades. It's time to return to the surface. There's something Ariel has to do before the day is over. After emerging from the water, they change shape. It's twilight now, and they're almost invisible as they fly over the sand. The only sign of their presence is a slight glimmer in the air as they catch the last rays of the setting sun. Ariel crosses the beach and then enters the woods. It's dark among the trees as the light that filters through the leaves is fading by the second. But here and there are tiny, glowing sparks. The fireflies often come out at dusk, providing specks of light at the end of the day. Ariel is guided by the glow as they move through the trees, and the scents of the forest are like signposts too. Breathing in, Ariel recognizes the fragrance of oleander, and then the familiar, aromatic scent of a rosemary bush. At once, they know exactly where they are in the woods. They can easily find their way, even when darkness falls. From the insects to the spirits, everything on the island lives according to the rhythms of nature. As soon as the sun sets, every living creature is ready to settle down and rest for the night. Ariel is drowsy too, after a busy day playing with the clouds and riding the ocean current. But every night, before they go to sleep, they carry out a special ritual. As the spirit flies through the forest, weaving between the trees, they sing. It's a song without words, unlike any human melody. Ariel's song is more like the call of a bird or a sea creature. At times, it even resembles the jangling chords of a stringed instrument. The harmony echoes through the trees and beyond. It reaches every part of the island, from the nests of the birds high in the treetops to the burrows of the rabbits deep in the earth. The vibrations of Ariel's song even reach the shallows of the sea, where tiny fish float in the calm, moonlit water. Hearing the soothing sounds, all the creatures of the island experience the same sensation. As they listen to the music, they instantly feel calm and sleepy. In no time at all, every living thing is sound asleep. Ariel's song has the same effect on the other spirits. Soon, the island is still and silent, except for the sweet notes of the lullaby. The hypnotic music works its magic on Ariel too. As they drift silently through the forest, the song finally comes to an end. Their work is done, and now it's time to rest. Ariel doesn't have a bed or any particular dwelling place. For the spirit, the entire island is home. When it's time to sleep, they can rest wherever they happen to be in that moment. So, Ariel continues to glide slowly through the air, feeling calm and completely at ease. They know that tomorrow will be another beautiful day on the island. But for now, they can enjoy the tranquility of the night, floating peacefully in the breeze, before drifting into sweet dreams. A young hooded crow perched softly in her nest. She was elegant, with glossy black wings and a black head and beak. The rest of her body was covered in grey feathers. Her back was a dark storm cloud grey, and she had a soft pale grey on her belly. When her feathers caught the sunlight, they occasionally flashed silver and green. This crow lived a long, long time ago. She built her nest on the edge of a golden cliff, overlooking the crystalline blue waters of the sea. She spent her days soaring over the beach, searching for bits of seaweed to add to her nest. Or she chattered with the neighbouring birds, who made their homes in the different nooks and crannies along the cliff. It was a beautiful, peaceful existence. There was food and water in abundance, and nothing she had to fear. She lived the life she had always known, with the sun and the sea, and the long, lazy days of what felt like eternal summer. But one day, she became aware of a change in the environment. Sitting in her nest, she noticed a subtle shift in the sea air. It was cooler than before, no longer the soft, refreshing summer breeze, but a wind that felt almost cold. The crow shivered in her nest and buried herself in a blanket of moss. The summer was all she had ever known. Now that cooler weather was arriving, she would have to find another place to nest, at least for the next season. She would then come back to the coast the following year for another glorious summer. After tidying up her nest, the crow took flight. She soared up into the air and took one final lingering look at the sea. Then, with a sigh, she turned her back to the waves and let the wind carry her south across the land. Although she felt wistful at the thought of the beauty she was leaving behind, she knew in her heart it was time for a change. She was young and curious, and ready for a new adventure. Perhaps she would find strange exotic trees, unlike anything she had ever seen before, and lands even more wild and beautiful than her dreams. As she sailed over the dusty earth and golden fields, the crow daydreamed of the places that awaited her. She imagined tall green trees with twisting, spiraling branches, so many of them that they seemed as infinite as the stars. She pictured vast lakes that mirrored the sky, and snow-capped mountains lining the horizon. And she saw herself in all these magical landscapes, soaring and diving through the air. As she travelled, she would collect all the beautiful things she found, like feathers, twigs, and flowers. She would use them to create a new nest. It would be a cozy home for the winter months, and a work of art that she could be proud of. The land beneath her looked like a patchwork quilt. Yellow squares of wheat stood next to green fields. These were sometimes divided in the middle by long straight paths where people and horses travelled. The land was mostly flat, but she could sometimes detect a rising slope or hill, like a ripple in the fabric of the earth. As she moved further inland, there was more variation. The land went up and down in waves, and the trees became greener and denser. From above, these vast canopies looked inviting. They were the perfect place to build a nest. She could choose any one of these branches and make it her home. But it was too early to interrupt her journey. She was settling into a comfortable rhythm, enjoying the warmth of the sun on her wings and the sight of the ever-changing ground beneath her. She would fly further south. After soaring over the forest, the crow began to follow a winding river. It was a shining streak of blue that curved its way past fields and trees, towns and cities. The sight of water was comforting, as it reminded her of the view she had left behind on the cliff overlooking the ocean. This river was a different shade of blue. It was lighter and more transparent. It moved differently too, flowing slowly but purposefully onwards, creating a path for itself across the land. The ocean waves would roll towards the shore, over and over again, advancing and then retreating. The land and the ocean were two separate worlds, but this river moved through the earth, living right in the middle of the woods and the hills. She found herself entranced by the river's beauty and fascinated by the life surrounding it. She saw wild horses drinking from the sloping banks and young men splashing in the shallows. There were small wooden boats too, carried along by the currents. Some of the boats were piled high with boxes, and one was even being used to transport furniture. The crow saw a table, some chairs, and cooking pots, all tied together and held in place at the back of the boat. It looked as though someone was moving house and taking their belongings with them. But for the crow, it was far easier to leave everything behind and start afresh. She was looking forward to creating her new home and decorating it with the treasures she found along the way. It was a chance to change, and it meant that she could travel easily with nothing weighing her down. She was completely free. The sun was beginning to set, casting a golden glow over the river. The crow flew down to the river's edge to drink, sipping some of the clean, fresh water. Then she decided to find a place to rest for the night, so she could sleep for a while before continuing her journey south. She had never flown for so long without stopping, and she could feel the tiredness spreading right through her, from her head down to the tips of her wings. Next to the river was a small grove of trees, including an ancient olive tree. It wasn't very tall, but it had a thick, sturdy trunk as wide as a boulder, and plenty of branches. A couple of birds had already made themselves at home, and were resting in the upper branches, their green feathers blending into the leaves. The crow flew up into the tree and began to explore, walking from one branch to another until she found the perfect spot. There was a long, straight branch that stretched out in the direction of the river. From here, she could watch the sunset over the water. It was the closest thing to the view from her old nest on the seaside cliff. She perched on a comfortable part of the branch and gazed at the leaves and the golden light on the water. She found it so calming that she drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep before darkness fell. When she awoke the next morning, the sun was already high in the sky. The light danced and sparkled on the surface of the river between the passing boats. The crow decided to continue following the water to see where all the boats were heading. She stretched her wings and took flight, travelling directly above the river and mirroring every bend and curve. She noticed the occasional building near the banks, modest huts and farmhouses. Soon, one house became 2, then 3, then a whole street. The change was so gradual, she hardly noticed until she found herself right over the rooftops of an enormous city. She had never seen anything like it. From up here, the city was a vast maze, an intricate labyrinth of rooftops, columns, domes and towers. The roofs of most of the houses were made of red tiles, a colour resembling the sky at sunset. Then there were the golden domes, shining as brightly as the sun itself. The rest of the city was like an ocean of white marble, flowing over the land as far as the eye could see. There were even a few trees in between the buildings. As the crow glided over the rooftops, she spotted huge palm trees swaying in the breeze, and a square lined with purple jacarandas. But although it was beautiful, the crow could not imagine herself living here. She could admire it from a distance, but she would have to keep searching for a quieter, greener space. After one last glance over the glimmering rooftops, she slowly flew away from the city towards the countryside in the south. She had now lost sight of the river, but there were always new things to look at. There were orchards, vineyards, and fields where sheep and cattle grazed. It may not have rivaled the splendour of the city, but she felt more at home here. Any of these trees would make the perfect place for a nest, but she wanted to travel just a little bit further to see what lay beyond the horizon. As the day went on, the crow began to feel tired and thirsty. She had left the river far behind, and there was no sign of a lake or pond. So she would have to find another source of water to quench her thirst. She flew down and landed on the roof of a country house directly below her. It was a humble home, surrounded by a vast garden filled with cypress trees and acres of vineyard. Looking closer, she noticed rows of potted plants lined up by the walls of the house. They all looked lush, green and healthy, even though, from the look of the dusty earth, it had not rained in a while. She couldn't see any water, but it had to be there somewhere, if only she knew where to look. Built into the garden wall was a marble basin with a sculpture of a lion's head at the centre. The crow flew over and perched on the edge of the basin. It was damp, but empty. There was a hole in the stone lion's mouth, so it must have been some kind of fountain. But there was no button to press, and no tap to turn. She could cool her feet walking across the damp stone, but she couldn't drink. And in this moment, that was all she could think about, the simple pleasure of a sip of water. She was just about to give up and fly away when she spotted something. In the corner of the garden, almost hidden by the shade of a magnolia tree, was a wooden table. And right there, in the middle of the table, was a large terracotta jug. The crow flew across the garden and landed on the table before hopping up to the edge of the jug. She peered inside and caught a glimpse of her own reflection in the water. At last, she had found something to drink. But the crow's joy quickly turned to disappointment. The jug was only half full, and the neck and opening were narrow. They were large enough for a sparrow to enter, but not a crow. She could see the water, but she couldn't drink it. Her first thought was to push the jug over, but as she tapped it with her beak, she realized that it was far too heavy to move. She would exhaust her strength and make herself even more thirsty in the process. Even if she did succeed in pushing it over, the water would be wasted. It would pour out over the table and onto the ground in a matter of seconds. Then another idea came to her. It was pure inspiration, appearing out of nowhere like a flash of light. If she could not reach the water, she would make the water come to her. Not with force, but with intelligence. There was a small round pebble on the ground near the table. The crow hopped down to pick it up with her beak, and then flew back to the rim of the jug. She opened her beak and let the pebble drop into the water. Just as she had hoped, the weight of the pebble made the level of the water rise. The change was almost unnoticeable, but the crow was sure that this was the solution. With a little work and patience, she would finally be able to drink. The search for stones took time. If the pebble was too small, it would hardly make any difference to the water level. And if the pebble was too big, she would struggle to carry it in her beak. She would have to choose each stone carefully, one at a time. As the crow explored the garden and the surrounding fields, she felt herself sliding into a kind of trance. In the soft, dry heat of the late afternoon, her mind cleared. She forgot about her thirst and everything except her quest. It was a relaxing routine, searching in the bushes and secret corners of the garden to find the perfect pebble, and then bringing it back to the jug. Each time she dropped a stone and watched the water rise up ever so slightly, she was filled with a sense of deep satisfaction. And although she soon grew tired, flying back and forth, she was never bored. With each stone and every journey, she found something new to notice and appreciate. Once she was enchanted by a particular part of the garden, a bench in the shade encircled by wonderfully scented bushes of lavender and thyme. In another moment, it was the colour and shape of the stone that caught her imagination. It lay half hidden in the earth near the vines, and when she pulled it out, she saw that it was a pearly white and as smooth as if it had been shaped by the sea. But as the water in the jug rose higher and higher, it was the act of dropping the stone that gave her the most pleasure. Time seemed to slow down, almost to the point of standing still. She opened her beak to let the pebble fall, and she watched, mesmerized, as it tumbled down. The surface of the water rippled, then slowly became still again. The crow gazed at her reflection and the growing collection of pebbles beneath it, piled up like an underwater mountain. She paused for a moment, feeling happy with her progress and grateful for each and every stone. These were pebbles that others would have passed by without a second thought, but they were invaluable to her. The stones were easy to overlook, but the crow knew that sometimes it was these simple objects that made all the difference. When she built her nest, she often used material that other creatures ignored or discarded, like twigs or pieces of torn fabric. She understood the true value of everything in the world, no matter how ordinary it might appear. By the time the crow dropped the final pebble in the jug, it was dusk. There had once been a patch of shade from the magnolia tree covering the table, but now the entire garden was transformed by the evening shadows. The final rays of golden sunlight were visible on the walls of the house on the far side of the garden. It would soon be night and time for a deep, restful sleep. But first, she would relish this long-awaited drink. After the final pebble had settled in the jug, the crow leaned down and dipped her beak into the water. It was cool and delicious, and left her feeling refreshed after just a few sips. She imagined she could feel the water spreading right through her body, like a deep breath. Now that she had quenched her thirst, she wanted nothing more than to rest. When she thought of taking flight once more and scanning the countryside for a suitable tree, she felt even more exhausted. She couldn't take to the skies again with such a tired, heavy head and such weary wings. Tomorrow she would continue her search for a more permanent home, somewhere to build a nest for the coming months. But tonight, she would stay right here. It was safe, quiet, and peaceful, and there was plenty of water to drink the next morning. She gazed down into the jug, admiring the results of her hard work. And then the crow noticed that something else had become visible in the reflection. She could see not only the stones in the water and the mirror image of her head, but also the leaves of the tree above. The magnolia tree that had given her shade would also provide her with a place to sleep. When the wind moved the leaves, she could make out the faint reflection of a crescent moon. From this perspective, the moon looked like part of the magnolia, delicately balanced between the branches. The crow took one last sip from the jug and then fluttered up to the nearest branch. There were no other birds in the tree, and it felt like having a large, comfortable house all to herself. She could hear the sounds of distant birds and the hum of insects, as well as some faraway voices. Perhaps they were coming from inside the country house. But in that moment, it didn't really matter what the sounds were or where they were coming from. When the crow closed her eyes, the sounds seemed to fade and vanish in an instant. There was no need to pay attention to her surroundings or to think about anything at all. Her body knew just what to do to settle in to a well-earned rest. Her head drooped down into her chest, and she gently arranged her wings into a comfortable position. And then, after just a few deep breaths, she was fast asleep, cradled by the branch of the magnolia tree. The weather today is typical for this time of year in England. At the moment it feels pleasantly warm, but it won't be long before the clouds return, along with light showers and a cool breeze, carrying the scent of damp earth and spring flowers. As you walk through the park this afternoon, the sun is shining, casting a soft light through drifting clouds. For now, you're enjoying the gentle warmth while it lasts. You can see some dark grey clouds on the horizon, scudding over distant treetops. But you don't mind if it rains. You've come prepared, with a raincoat and sturdy umbrella. You also know there's a cafe in the middle of the park where you can take shelter if necessary and maybe stop for a cup of tea. Besides, the frequent rain in England has its advantages. Looking around you now, you notice just how green everything is. Every blade of grass is a deep, rich emerald, and all the leaves of the trees are just as vibrant. When the sun hides behind the clouds, all these shades of green remain bright and beautiful, full of life. And it's all thanks to the nourishing effects of the rain. The other people in the park have also come prepared for changeable weather. There's a family of 4 with matching raincoats, and an elderly couple wearing hooded jackets and muddy Wellington boots. Most of the paths here are dirt and quickly turn to mud when it rains, so everyone's wearing sensible shoes. In some areas, the wild, sprawling park resembles the countryside. From where you're walking, all you can see is infinite open space, with countless trees spread out over the grassy slopes. The only sounds are the bird song and the light wind rustling the leaves. When you breathe in, you notice just how fresh the air is. This encourages you to take slow, deep breaths and to walk at a gentle pace. You find yourself switching from a brisk stride to a relaxed stroll, so you can take in all the sights and sounds of nature. It's not long before the sunlight fades and the sky clouds over. You feel a cool, refreshing breeze and zip up your raincoat, And then, moments later, the rain begins. You smile to yourself as you put up your umbrella, thinking that this is typical spring weather. The sun will probably be back soon. But for now, you're happy to walk in the rain, listening to the soothing pitter-patter on your umbrella. At the moment, it's just a light drizzle. As you walk on, twirling the handle of the umbrella, you become aware of a blur of colour and movement to your left. It's a herd of fallow deer grazing in the long grass. They don't seem to be too bothered by the rain either, although they could easily seek shelter under the branches of a nearby oak tree. They remain standing out in the open. There must be at least 20 deer, all grouped together. You pause for a moment to watch them. There's something gentle, yet deliberate about their movements as they search for the perfect patch of grass, moving in slow motion. A buck with majestic antlers lifts his head and looks in your direction. You once read that deer have lived in this park for hundreds of years, often coming into close contact with human visitors. This one doesn't seem to mind your presence as he continues to chew slowly. He does this over and over again with a single mouthful of grass. It might be considered a laborious way to eat, but maybe the deer are naturally mindful. They know there's no rush, and they savour every bite. Perhaps the grass tastes particularly good in the rain, you think. Soft, fresh, and thirst-quenching. You're just about to walk on when you catch a scent in the breeze. It's the damp, musty smell of the deer, the scent of wet fur. You sniff the air, then breathe in deeply, wondering what it reminds you of. There's something strangely familiar and comforting about the smell. Then, with another deep breath, you realize what it is. It's the scent of a farm, earthy and distinctive. You're not quite sure why this smell resonates with you, but it does. For a moment, your senses are heightened as you feel even more aware of your surroundings. The deer, the light rain, and the soft earth beneath your feet all feel intensely rich and real. Part of you is tempted to linger here, watching the deer in the rain. But you're also curious to see what lies further ahead. As you follow the path down the slope, you notice the dense row of trees at the bottom. Everywhere else, the trees are scattered and spread far apart. But the area in front of you looks like a small grove or woodland, Then, as you get closer, you spot the iron railings around the trees. It seems to be some kind of fenced-off garden within the park. At first, you think this area must be private, a special plantation, or even the garden of someone's home. This park is so huge that there might well be a few houses hidden away. Centuries ago, royalty and aristocracy had country homes and hunting lodges in this area. Perhaps someone still lives here, in a historic house in the middle of the park. But just as you're getting lost in your daydreams, you notice someone emerging from the trees. There's a gate in the railings, and a woman and her dog are coming through it, moving in your direction. The woman holds an umbrella in one hand and the dog's lead in the other. She's being pulled along by an energetic Irish setter with damp reddish-brown fur. The dog seems delighted to be out in the rain and happy to meet you on the path. The woman has to tug firmly on the lead to prevent the dog from greeting you with a little too much enthusiasm. Laughing, she explains that her dog has a tendency to greet strangers as though they were old friends, and she wouldn't want you to get covered in wet, muddy paw prints. As you stop to give the dog a pat, you ask the woman about the gated garden. It's open to the public, she explains. The garden is famous for its azaleas and rhododendrons. There's also a lovely cafe not too far from the entrance. You thank the woman and watch as she and her dog continue in the opposite direction, up the hill. They're probably heading home to avoid getting too muddy in the rain. But you've decided to explore the garden and hopefully locate the cafe. Although the rain is still light for the time being, the thought of a cup of tea indoors is very tempting indeed. Still, now that you're here, you might as well take a quick look around. You pull back the latch on the gate and enter the garden. It's a pleasant surprise to find yourself here. During your long walk through the park, you must have veered off track, as you didn't know this place existed, but you're happy to have the opportunity to explore somewhere new. The trees and foliage are dense here, creating narrow, winding trails. Some of the low-hanging branches arch over the path, creating a kind of leafy ceiling that offers some shelter from the rain. You become aware of the sound of the raindrops, not just on your umbrella, but also on the leaves above your head. Sometimes it seems like a single, steady drip, but there are moments when you can discern subtle patterns. In some places, the rainfall resembles a quick drumbeat, but on certain leaves the drops seem slower and softer. It's not just one sound, you realize, but many, and it varies from moment to moment as the rainfall grows lighter or heavier, or is blown by the wind. You walk on through the tunnel of trees, listening to the soothing sound of the falling rain and the dull echo of your footsteps on the trail. It's a mixture of soil and gravel, which prevents the path from becoming too muddy. Even so, you're glad you're wearing your comfortable, waterproof shoes, as the rain shows no signs of stopping. On your way through the garden, you keep an eye out for spring flowers. So far, you've mainly noticed thick profusions of leafy shrubs and bushes, as well as some sturdy old oaks and elegant beech trees. This garden feels so peaceful and is full of lush greenery, but there's no sign of flowers just yet. You're hoping to find the azaleas that the woman mentioned, as this is the season when they're at their best. But you wouldn't know where to look, and the garden is starting to feel like a maze as the path twists and turns. The idea of the azaleas lingers in your mind as you walk on. You can't remember exactly what they look like, but you find yourself focusing on the evocative beauty of the word. There's something musical about the lilting rhythm of the name, azalea. And then, just as you're reflecting on the word, you find the flower itself. Not just one, but hundreds or even thousands of pink and purple azaleas. The garden path has brought you to a clearing. In the middle is an oval-shaped pond, surrounded by towering azalea bushes in full bloom. The bushes seem to bend under the weight of the flowers and the rain, hanging over the pond. The lower branches and petals almost skim the surface of the water. You stand beside the pond, spellbound by the beauty of the scene. While it continues to rain, a single ray of sunlight streams through the trees, illuminating the bright petals of the flowers. The azaleas come in every possible shade, from pale, creamy pink to vibrant bursts of magenta. Some of the colours are so dazzlingly vivid that they hardly seem real. It's as though you're seeing the colour pink for the very first time. Perhaps this is how it felt for people watching the first Technicolor films after years of black and white. This magnificent display of pink and purple is mirrored in the calm surface of the pond. You watch the raindrops fall into the water, creating gentle ripples in the reflection. Gazing into the water, the flowers look like something from a dream world. But looking up directly at the bushes, the azaleas become wonderfully real once more. You allow yourself to linger in this tranquil spot for a while longer, lulled by the sound of the rain on the pond and captivated by the dreamy atmosphere. Standing here alone, admiring the azaleas, it feels as though you've somehow conjured this place into being. You have the pond and the flowers entirely to yourself, and in this moment, the garden might belong to you. This is another advantage of the rainy weather, you think. If the sun was out, the garden would probably be full of visitors, keen to catch a glimpse of the azaleas during their brief period of spring glory. But it seems as though everyone else has left, allowing you to enjoy the privilege of this special moment. Eventually, you decide that you're ready to walk on. You find yourself walking more slowly and carefully than before, as though tiptoeing away from a sacred place. You're now more conscious of the fact that you seem to be the only person here. Instinctively, you want to be as quiet and respectful of your surroundings as possible. You like the idea of fading into the background, the sounds of your movements mingling with the wind and the rain until they're indistinguishable from each other. As you follow the winding path, you think of the word azalea once more and smile to yourself. From now on, this name will be evocative in a new way, reminding you of the dreamy place you discovered so unexpectedly on a rainy spring day. The rain isn't getting heavier, but it doesn't seem to be getting any lighter either. As much as you're enjoying the walk, you're also looking forward to drying off indoors as soon as you find the cafe. You remember the woman saying it wasn't far from the entrance, so perhaps you should retrace your steps. But after walking a little further, you discover that the path takes you right there. Not far from the azalea pond is an elegant white building which resembles a small country house. It might be the setting for a Jane Austen novel. You half expect to see a horse and carriage draw up by the front door. But even though you can't see a sign, you're sure this must be the cafe that the woman mentioned. Looking through the window, you can see lace curtains and the warm glow of a ceiling lamp. The cafe looks wonderfully inviting, and it's appeared at the perfect moment, just as you were starting to crave a break from the rain. You walk up to the door and turn the brass handle, leaving your umbrella to dry off in the stand by the entrance. There are a few other umbrellas there too, which suggests you're not the only visitor. Perhaps this is why you had the azaleas to yourself. The few other visitors to the garden on this rainy day decided to head for cover in the cafe. As you enter, you wipe your feet on the mat, then hang up your wet jacket on a hook near the door. Inside, the first thing you notice is a comforting sensation of warmth. The central heating must be switched on. You can tell not just from the temperature, but also from a distinctive scent. Somehow, the warmth of the radiators has its own toasty smell and heightens the other scents in the air. There's a pleasant floral fragrance, as well as the mingling aromas of tea and coffee in the next room. As you breathe in these comforting scents, you reflect on how good it feels to be somewhere warm and dry. You walk down the hall and turn into the open doorway that leads to the main room. The cafe resembles a cozy, old-fashioned living room with a couple of sofas and a fireplace. Only 2 of the tables are occupied. There's a mother and her teenage daughter chatting over a pot of tea in the corner, and a woman reading by the window. A smartly dressed waiter comes to greet you and says you can take your pick of the tables. You decide to take the sofa near the window on the far side of the room, as it strikes you as the most comfortable and scenic spot. A moment later, sinking into the soft cushions, you feel you made the right choice. The sofa is even more comfortable than it looks, and from here you have a lovely view of another side of the garden. Next to neat flower beds are colourful shrubs and wild, dripping lavender bushes that sway in the wind and rain. When the waiter comes to take your order, you ask him about the history of the cafe. It reminds you of an old country house. That's exactly what it once was, says the waiter. A few hundred years ago, this area would have been part of the countryside. The cafe was originally a secluded family home, surrounded by acres of fields and woodland. Over time, large parts of the land were sectioned off and eventually turned into one large park. But while other boundaries disappeared, this house and garden remained encircled by iron railings, as they were still private property. Although no one lives here anymore, the house remains almost unchanged. The waiter draws your attention to the old-fashioned wooden shutters by the windows and the antique grate in the fireplace. These are original details, he explains. Later, you're welcome to explore the other rooms where you'll notice many historical features. This building could be considered a kind of museum as well as a cafe. The gardens have a history too. Many of the planting arrangements are based on the original layout from the 18th century, including the azalea pond. Some say it was designed by the original owner as a tribute to his wife when they were newlyweds. There's no evidence for this, the waiter adds with a smile, but it's a nice idea. The azaleas are so beautiful, especially at this time of year, that it's easy to believe there's some romantic explanation for the garden. Then again, maybe the azaleas are romantic enough in themselves, and there's no need for a story. The waiter hands you the menu and apologizes for getting carried away with his history of the house. Not at all, you reply. You're happy to have learnt something and to see that you're not the only one who appreciates the azaleas. The waiter nods and chuckles. In the spring, tourists usually flock here to see the flowers in bloom. In a way, he says, you've been lucky with the rainy weather today. It's a rare treat to experience the garden in such peace and quiet. After taking your order, the waiter returns just a few minutes later with a silver tray, as well as a steaming pot of tea. He's brought you a scone with jam and clotted cream, a traditional English afternoon tea. You thank him as he neatly arranges everything on the table in front of you. Suddenly, you realize how hungry you are. Or perhaps it's just a craving for something sweet. On its own, the scone doesn't look like anything special. It resembles a roughly shaped bread roll. But once you've cut it in half and spread a generous layer of jam and cream, the scone is transformed into a delicious dessert, which goes wonderfully with a cup of tea. Once the pot of loose-leaf tea has sat for a few minutes, you pour it over the strainer into a delicate porcelain cup. After breathing in deeply, you take a sip. The tea is the perfect temperature. Hot, but not too hot, and full of flavour. Then you take a bite of the scone, savouring the blend of sweet cream and tangy strawberry jam. This is just what you needed. Glancing out the window, you see that the rain is heavier now, coming down in sheets. The glass is misting up, and you can no longer make out the details of the garden. In the pouring rain, the plants are visible only as a blur of green. But even if you can't admire the view, you can still enjoy this moment, resting on the sofa, and listening to the rhythmic drumming of the rain. There's something hypnotic about the sound, and you could happily sit here for the rest of the afternoon. You feel so at ease in this cozy spot that it's almost like being at home. This place was once somebody's home, you remember, and perhaps it hasn't really changed. People have been drinking tea in this room for centuries. First as a living room, and now as a cafe. This sense of continuity creates a warm, welcoming atmosphere. You close your eyes and sigh happily. In this moment, you feel a sense of connection with this place, and with it, a feeling of comfort. Still listening to the rain, you sink into a state of deep relaxation and drift into peaceful daydreams. Long ago, in a faraway city, lived a boy named Idris. He spent most of the day at school, and the rest of his time was divided between his friends and family. After school, he would roam the streets of the city with his friends. He'd explore the alleys and markets and play ball games in the dusty square. And then, when the sun went down, he would head back home to the large mud brick house where he lived with his extended family. On the top floor was the bedroom Idris shared with his two older brothers. Downstairs were his parents' bedrooms and the rooms belonging to his aunt and grandparents. The ground floor was the largest, and the area where the family spent most of their time. This was the location of the store and the workshop. For generations, Idris's family had made and sold the most exquisite carpets in the city. People would come from across the land to commission a decorative carpet or to choose from those on display. They came in all sizes, colours and designs. There were small prayer mats in green and gold. Displayed on the walls of the shop were scarlet rugs with gorgeous swirling patterns made from metallic thread. And at the back, rolled up tightly, were the heavy, expensive carpets that were too big to put on display. When unrolled, they showed dazzling floral designs and patterns within patterns. When Idris returned home, he liked to walk through the shop, greeting his aunt who worked at the counter. Then, after passing through this treasure trove of carpets, He would go through the beaded curtain doorway at the back of the room. He liked the cool, ticklish sensation of the beads on his skin and the musical sound that the curtain made as he passed through. The room at the back was the workshop. This was where his parents and elder brothers were hard at work right now, sitting at the looms. They were so focused on their work, it was as if they were under a spell. Idris sometimes felt reluctant to interrupt their trance. He would stand and watch them for a while, admiring their skill. At the moment, the family were working on 2 large carpets that had been specially commissioned by a wealthy man from a neighbouring city. They would take months to complete. Idris's parents worked at one loom, while his brothers sat at another. Both looms were vertical, and the 4 family members sat cross-legged on floor cushions, weaving by hand. As their fingers moved swiftly between the long strands of wool, it looked as though they were playing a stringed instrument. Their movements were so graceful, and Idris found himself mesmerized. He knew from experience how difficult the work was, requiring patience, creativity, and painstaking attention to detail. It also called for a certain kind of dexterity, which Idris didn't have. He tried to learn many times, sitting at the loom while his parents, grandparents, or brothers patiently tried to teach him. Idris had already accepted that he was unlikely to become a carpet maker. When he grew up, he would do something else. He wasn't sure what, as his ideas changed from one day to the next. Sometimes he daydreamed about life as a travelling merchant, riding a horse from city to city, through mountains and deserts. Or he would imagine a career as an astronomer, studying the planets and discovering the secrets of the universe. Or perhaps he would simply stay here with his family, selling the beautiful carpets that they created. That could be nice too, he thought, remaining in the place he loved and with the people he loved. But the future still seemed far away. He had plenty of time to work out what he wanted to do when he grew up. In the meantime, he was happy to watch his family at work and to drift from room to room as he waited for dinner. Tonight, his grandmother was preparing his favourite rice dish with spices and vegetables. While his parents and brothers put the finishing touches to the day's work, Idris passed through the rattling bead curtain once again. He always enjoyed wandering up and down the densely packed aisles of the carpet shop, gazing at the products that were ready for sale. There There were so many of them, and they were all so beautiful. He ran his finger over the soft wool, tracing the maze-like patterns from the edge to the center. It felt soothing, following the curving line all the way to the middle. When Idris touched the carpets, he sometimes thought that the varying colors and patterns felt different to each other. Of course, they were almost all the same material. The yarn was made from sheep's wool and dyed with natural colorings, like roots and berries. But when he brushed his finger over a rug, he felt different sensations depending on the part he touched. As his finger moved from crimson to indigo, or petal to vine, something changed. He felt a pleasant shiver running through him, like a cool breeze on a warm night. There was something magical about these carpets. His eye was always drawn to one carpet in particular. Hanging on the back wall was a large rectangular rug. The plush background was a deep burgundy red, but the carpet seemed to feature all the colours of the rainbow: emerald green, saffron yellow, and so many others. Certain details shimmered in silver, gold, and pearlescent white. It looked as though a single moonbeam had woven its way through the carpet, making the patterns shine. The carpet's central design depicted the tree of life, a beautiful golden tree with countless shining branches, dripping with fruit. In each of the four corners was a small, richly detailed garden, contained by a decorative wall. What Idris loved most about this carpet was that each garden was slightly different. From a distance, the design looked perfectly symmetrical. There were 4 identical gardens, each with an identical fountain in the middle. But close up, subtle differences emerged. One garden resembled an orchard of figs, while another was filled with pomegranate trees. The animals also changed from one garden to another, from goats to hens, and horses to peacocks. Even the grass varied. The garden in one corner had vertical lines of golden grass, while the garden below had silver waves that resembled an ocean. As a young boy, Idris had spent hours gazing at this carpet, hypnotized by the intricate details. As his gaze drifted from one garden to the next, he wondered which was his favorite. One day, when he grew up, perhaps he would have his very own garden, with a fountain, peacocks, and pomegranate trees. Now that he was a little older, Idris still liked to daydream about the gardens. But he also found himself thinking about the person who had woven them, his great-grandmother. According to family legend, she had created this masterpiece single-handedly in just a few months, after the inspiration came to her in a dream. Idris had never met his great-grandmother, but when he admired her creation, he felt a sense of connection to her. Even though he didn't share her talent, he felt proud to be related to someone who could create a thing of such beauty. Unlike the other carpets on display, the garden rug was not for sale. It was priceless, a precious family heirloom. Even if a wealthy customer came to the shop offering all the gold in the kingdom, they would never part with it. Idris was glad to know that his favourite carpet would always be here, with pride of place on the back wall. He could look at it whenever he liked, lingering over every dreamy detail. Later that night, when the rest of his family was sleeping, Idris found himself thinking of the carpet once again. Random images from the day drifted through his mind. The sun-washed square where he'd sat and talked with his friends after school. The colourful baskets of freshly dyed wool drying in the sun on the patio, and the woven images of the 4 gardens, each one a small, glittering paradise. Idris wasn't tired enough to sleep just yet, but he was happy to lie in bed, watching the slow procession of images passing dreamily through his mind. The room was quiet, except for the soft snoring of his brothers and the distant call of a night bird beyond the window. It felt as though the bird was the only other living creature awake at this time. When it was taking a little longer than usual to fall asleep, Idris often liked to get out of bed for a while. He'd walk around the house, take a deep breath of fresh air on the roof terrace, and clear his head. It was a kind of break, which left him feeling refreshed, yet somehow sleepier than before. When he went back to bed, he usually fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. So, after lying awake for a while, Idris decided to get out of bed. He lit a candle, put on a pair of light slippers, and quietly crossed the room, taking care not to wake his brothers. Then he slowly walked downstairs until he was standing in the darkened shop. In the midnight hush, the shop felt like a shrine. It was completely silent, and the only light came from Idris's flickering candle and the glow of the moon through a single window. The silver moonbeams seemed to land lightly on the stacked carpets. Noticing the way the light fell, Idris smiled. Perhaps the moon shared his instinct to be gentle and move softly. In a moment, he would go outside. It was warm tonight, and he wanted to stand on the terrace and savour the cool breeze before going back to bed. But first, he would allow himself one last look at the garden carpet displayed on the wall. He loved the idea of having it entirely to himself. There was no one sitting behind the counter, and there were no chattering customers to distract him. It was just him, alone, transfixed by the splendour of the woven tree and gardens. Time seemed to stand still. Everything looked different in the candlelight, with shifting, blurring colours and optical illusions. At one point, the carpet itself seemed to move in the breeze. A gentle wave spread through the fabric, causing the patterned leaves to ripple like water. Idris blinked and looked around in confusion. The air was still, and the window was closed. Besides, it seemed unlikely that a gentle night breeze could move a heavy carpet like this one. He must have been sleepier than he'd realized to imagine such a thing. Time to go to bed, he told himself. But when Idris looked at the carpet once more, he was sure that it was moving, gently rippling, then billowing out from the wall. He stepped back and watched in amazement as the carpet moved smoothly and silently away from the wall. Now it was floating right in front of him, hovering mid-air. Idris blinked and rubbed his eyes. He must be dreaming. But there it was, right in front of him. He reached out to touch the soft, familiar fibres of the carpet and realized it was really happening. The carpet was floating, flying. Now it was moving towards the stairs. It looked like a vast butterfly or strange sea creature, swimming through the air in slow motion. Although Idris knew it couldn't be alive, in that moment, the carpet seemed to be sentient. It was moving with purpose, somehow guiding him. Idris followed, still feeling like he was dreaming, or in a waking trance. Up and up he went, past the bedrooms where his family was sleeping. Following right behind the carpet, he went all the way to the top of the stairs, until he was standing outside on the roof terrace. It was a beautiful starry night. On any other evening, Idris would have come up here to stargaze But tonight, his eyes were fixed on the magical apparition in front of him. The carpet had come to a stop, but it was still floating, slowly undulating in the air. Some of the threads seemed to catch the moonlight, shining brightly. Idris watched in wonder. It was like something from a fairy tale, one of the dreamy stories his mother used to tell him at bedtime when he was a little boy. Her stories were full of magical moments, with fairies and genies and talking animals. Imagining was one thing, but seeing was quite another. Idris felt a surge of happiness. Even if this was all just a dream, what a wonderful dream it was. But it felt so real. And when the carpet spread itself out before him, Idris didn't hesitate. Somehow, he knew instinctively what he had to do. He sat down in the middle of the carpet, right on the image of the tree. Once he was sitting comfortably in a cross-legged position, he stroked the velvety surface, giving the sign that he was ready. The carpet seemed to understand the signal. Just seconds later, it began to move once more, slowly lifting itself off the ground. It moved up and up until it took flight, just like a bird. All of a sudden, Idris found himself riding a flying carpet. He was being carried above the rooftops, smoothly and effortlessly, as though he weighed no more than a feather. Idris looked around in awe, peering over the edge of the carpet. He was already so high up, it felt as though he were riding on the back of a bird or a winged horse. The carpet moved confidently, fluidly, just like a living creature. It was strange just how natural it felt, sitting on a flying carpet. Idris felt comfortable and supported, trusting that it would carry him safely. As the carpet glided slowly onwards, Idris enjoyed the bird's eye view of the city. He knew these streets so well, yet they looked completely different from up here. Gazing down at the rooftops, he hardly recognized where he was. Of course, at this time of night, the city was shrouded in darkness. Nearly everyone was sleeping. The only light came from flaming lanterns in the street and the occasional candle burning in a window. The moonlight didn't illuminate the details, but it cast everything in a soft silver glow. The shining rooftops seemed to have been polished, burnished like a precious metal. Idris imagined that a magical nighttime transformation was taking place. After midnight, the moon carried out a mysterious ritual, shining on each house in turn. Meanwhile, the residents slept peacefully, unaware of the magic above their heads. Idris smiled. He felt lucky to be the only one awake to witness this special moment. But as the carpet drifted east towards the river, he realized that he was not alone after all. There was at least one other person in the city who was still awake at this hour, enjoying the tranquility of the night. Near the river was the grand university building with its tall brick tower, and at the top of the tower was a man looking through a telescope. Idris knew that there were astronomers in the city, but he'd never seen one at work before. As he flew towards the tower, Idris peered curiously over the edge of the carpet. To his surprise, he saw that the astronomer was a young man. For some reason, Idris had expected to see someone who looked like a wizard. But this astronomer was just an ordinary man. He might have been one of Idris's brothers or cousins. The astronomer was so focused on his stargazing that for a moment Idris thought he would fly past unnoticed. But just then, the astronomer stepped back from the telescope and looked up right at Idris and the flying carpet. Idris and the astronomer were now separated by just a few meters of air. They stared at each other in silence, in mutual wonder. And then, not sure what else to do, Idris waved shyly. After a moment's hesitation, the awestruck astronomer waved back. Just like Idris, he was probably wondering if he was dreaming. And if not, it was time to pack away his telescope and go to bed. The carpet flew on, drifting parallel to the river. Now that he was feeling more at ease, Idris decided to lie down. The soft wool of the carpet felt as comfortable as his bed. Lying on his back, Idris was in the perfect position for stargazing. He didn't have a telescope like the astronomer, but he could still appreciate the beauty of the stars. They were so far away, and yet their light had travelled all the way here, shining in the sky over his city and over his house. From here, he could see nothing but stars. It was as if he was being carried up into the sky, lifted by the night breeze like a floating leaf. The wind felt so soft soft on his skin, blowing lightly through his clothes. After the heat and humidity of the day, it felt wonderfully refreshing, like a cool bath or a dip in the river. Idris could smell the river too, its strong scent carried by the same breeze that was carrying him. Breathing in deeply, he recognized other aromas, the distinctive smell of the dusty earth and the fragrant trees in the gardens below. Idris was now feeling so deeply relaxed, lulled by the gentle motion of the carpet. He could have almost fallen asleep right there. He imagined himself drifting off as the carpet followed the winding river, on and on, until he reached the distant sea. But the carpet seemed to sense that Idris was ready to go to bed. It changed direction, and when Idris peered over the edge, he recognized this part of the sleeping city. There was the dome of his local temple, and nearby, the square where he played with his friends. And now, he was floating above the roof terrace, in the place where his adventure had begun. The carpet had taken him home. It descended just as gently as it had taken flight. Idris found himself being lowered so gradually, so softly, that he hardly felt the landing. After stepping off the carpet, he began to head downstairs towards his bedroom. This time, the carpet followed behind like a loyal pet. When Idris got into bed, the carpet settled on the floor beside him. Perhaps it was tired too, Idris reflected. After the long journey, they were both sleepy and ready to rest. As Idris made himself comfortable, moving his pillow and rearranging the sheets, he noticed that the carpet was doing something similar. Ever so slightly, it shifted position. Then the patterned surface rippled as though a breeze were passing through. Idris imagined the carpet taking a deep breath, just as he was doing now. A deep breath in, then out. Idris closed his eyes. At last, he felt ready to sleep. And just moments later, he drifted off, dreaming of the wind and stars and his magical moonlit flight. It's the early years of the 2nd century CE, and the Emperor Hadrian is midway through his reign. Whenever he can, he comes to his newly built estate in Tibur, which is located in a picturesque part of the countryside. It's only 20 miles from Rome, but it feels like another world. On this warm, sunny afternoon in late spring, Hadrian is walking through the gardens of his villa. He's a tall, middle-aged man with dark, curly hair and a neatly trimmed beard. Although he's an emperor, he's not dressed like one. He's wearing light, simple clothes and his most comfortable pair of sandals as he strolls through the gardens. Right now, there's no need to wear one of his more elegant togas or tunics. He's not working today, and he doesn't have any appointments scheduled. Instead, he's enjoying a well-deserved break in the country, as he's just returned from a hectic week in Rome. As well as attending all the usual meetings, he was kept busy overseeing his team of architects. They're currently rebuilding one of the most important temples in the city, the Pantheon. Hadrian enjoys most of his imperial duties, particularly when the work involves architectural projects. But he soon grows tired of living in the city. So whenever he has the chance, he comes out here to the country. Travelling by horse from Rome, it only takes a couple of hours, so he'll often come here for a weekend. Increasingly, a weekend becomes a week, then 2, then 3. In this moment, Hadrian's just beginning to settle into the rhythm of country life once again. He arrived this morning, and after a hearty lunch, began his usual tour of the grounds. Now he's walking through an elegant garden on the edge of the estate, while his faithful black dog, Lydia, trots behind him. This area is one of Hadrian's favourite parts of the villa, combining man-made luxury with natural beauty. The pathways are lined with exquisite marble statues and fountains. Fragrant wisteria plants cascade down the nearby wall, covering the bricks with their beautiful violet blooms. In the distance is a long pool, its surface glittering in the sunlight. There are no sounds here, except for the quiet footsteps of Hadrian and his dog, and the trickling waters of the fountains. Then Hadrian stops and stands still for a moment to listen more carefully. Now he becomes aware of the birdsong. Close by are the twittering sparrows that come to the edge of the fountains to drink and bathe. Further away, he can detect other distant melodies from birds that are out of sight. Perhaps they're hidden in the branches of the cypresses, or in the graceful umbrella pine trees that surround the estate. Hadrian lets out a deep sigh of contentment. He's so happy to be back here once again, in a place where he can finally relax and unwind. He can already feel the pressures and worries of the week melting away. Whenever he comes here, he instantly feels younger and lighter, as though a weight is being lifted. Hadrian can only tolerate the hustle and bustle of the city for so long. Compared to Rome, the villa at Tibur feels like a kind of rural paradise. It's so peaceful here, and the air is cool and fresh. Hadrian breathes in deeply and smiles. He feels so fortunate to have a home in the country. Not just a home, but a sanctuary he can come to whenever he wants. The villa is Hadrian's dream home, a place he designed himself. He knew he wanted a country retreat, not too far from the capital. And while there were plenty of existing houses, none were quite right. He liked the idea of creating something bigger and more personal. When he worked with his architects to design the villa, he told them that he wanted to create his ideal city in miniature. Hadrian's villa is enormous. With more than 30 buildings and extensive gardens, the estate is even larger than the town of Pompeii. There are countless pools, fountains, and thermal baths. In addition to the residential buildings, there are also libraries, temples, and grand courtyards and pavilions. There's even a private house on an artificial island. During construction, no expense was spared. Everything in the villa was built from the finest materials. The floors are made from rare marble, as well as glass and ivory tiles arranged in intricate geometric shapes. The walls are covered with marble or painted frescoes. Many of the rooms are decorated with vivid mosaic art depicting birds, animals, and mythological scenes. In some ways, the villa is similar to other imperial residences. Roman emperors have always liked to live in luxury. Hadrian's main residence on the Palatine Hill in Rome is also lavishly decorated. What makes this country villa so special is Hadrian's unique vision. He was directly involved in the design of many buildings, as well as the selection of materials. When he designed his villa, Hadrian had a very specific idea in mind. He didn't want to create a house that was merely luxurious, but rather a place that represented his life and his passions. In recent years, Hadrian has travelled incessantly across the Roman Empire. through regions that will one day be known as Britain, Greece, Turkey, Iran, and Northern Africa. Although many of these journeys were related to his responsibilities as an emperor, Hadrian also has a deep love of travel. He has such fond memories of all the places he's been, from the green fields of the north to the desert landscapes of the south. This is why Hadrian's villa incorporates a range of architectural styles and influences. The elegant layout of the estate is classic Roman design, but certain areas are directly inspired by his travels abroad. Right now, Hadrian's walking through part of the garden that mixes some of these influences. The pathway leads to a long, artificial pool surrounded by stone columns and archways. This pool is lined with majestic, colourful marble sculptures of Roman gods, as well as a row of Greek caryatids. These are decorative statues of women in flowing dresses, which stand in for columns to support the stone structure above. As Hadrian slowly approaches the pool, he smiles. This view always fills him with a sense of deep satisfaction. The pool's symmetrical beauty and grace is exactly what he intended, and it's the perfect combination of Greek, Roman, and Egyptian styles. This pool represents a branch of the River Nile, and at the far end is a shell-shaped grotto. This cave is decorative, but it's also a kind of shrine or temple dedicated to Serapis, the Egyptian god of the underworld. Inside the cave is a marble sculpture of the god. Serapis is portrayed as a man with wild, flowing hair who wears an unusual cylindrical crown resembling a vase. He has a calm, almost neutral expression and reclines on an elaborate plinth surrounded by flowing fountains. It looks as though he's relaxing, watching over the tranquil body of water before him. It's like a beautiful sea green mirror. On warm summer evenings, Hadrian often hosts extravagant banquets by the pool. He knows the effect this place has on visitors. Everyone comments on its aesthetic perfection, complimenting him on the beautiful symmetry of its design. There's something dreamlike about it. But for Hadrian, the beauty of the pool also comes from its symbolism and the memories it brings back. It's designed to recreate the style and atmosphere of places he's visited on his long travels through northern Africa and Greece. When he went to Athens, Hadrian was struck by the splendour of the architecture and the rich culture. He has fond memories of his time there, exploring the city and participating in local festivals and rituals. Hadrian also treasures these memories for the time he spent with his beloved companion, Antinous. They met during Hadrian's travels in the east, in the kingdom of Bithynia. Ever since, the two men have been almost inseparable, travelling across the Roman Empire together. Whenever Hadrian is near the pool in his villa, he's transported back to those golden days in distant lands with Antinous by his side. Standing here by the water, he loses track of time as the happy memories come flooding back. When he reaches the far end of the pool, near the grotto, Hadrian stands still, gazing into the water. He's mesmerized by the glimmering reflections of the sunlight and the statues. The memories of the past gradually fade away, and his nostalgia shifts into another feeling: quiet contentment for this moment. Those days overseas were some of the best of his life, but this is also a happy, peaceful period. He's more relaxed now and more at ease with himself. Looking up, Hadrian takes in the whole scene. He admires the long expanse of the pool, surrounded by rows of columns and statues and elegant arches. Through careful design, he's turned a dream into a reality that's somehow even more magical. Soon, the evenings will be warm enough to host banquets here once again. There will be tables all around the pool, and countless guests sitting near the water, dining under the silver light of the moon. When Hadrian closes his eyes, he can almost hear the music and laughter mingling with the soft gurgling sounds of the fountains. He's looking forward to these long, relaxed summer evenings with Antinous and his closest friends. Opening his eyes, Hadrian sees his dog, Lydia, sitting patiently beside him. It's time to walk on, Hadrian decides. He knows Lydia is happiest when they're on the move. She's too old to hunt now, but she still enjoys roaming across the estate, exploring all the different parts of the garden. As Hadrian walks along the path, away from the pool, Lydia trots ahead. She keeps her nose close to the ground, sniffing everything she sees. Hadrian watches with amusement, noticing how she's fascinated even by ordinary patches of grass. Every now and then, she'll stop to inspect a certain area, sniffing it repeatedly as though she can detect all kinds of intriguing scents. It's funny to think that Lydia is oblivious to her luxurious surroundings. She doesn't notice the sculptural masterpieces or the expensive stone beneath her paws. All that interests her is the presence of her master and the scents in the grass. She could be in any garden in the world and she'd still be happy. This is one of the reasons why Hadrian is so fond of dogs. As well as offering loyal companionship and unconditional love, they also remind him to take pleasure in the more ordinary things in life. The buildings and artworks of the villa are beautiful, but so is this simple lawn. Hadrian breathes in deeply, savouring the rich scent of freshly cut grass. He may not be able to detect as many smells as Lydia, but this fragrance is good enough. And although it's a scent he associates with spring, it also fills him with anticipation for the summer to come. These moments of transition are some of the most beautiful times of the year. Spring turning to summer, then summer to autumn. As he reflects on this, breathing in the scents of the garden, Hadrian is filled with a sense of sweet nostalgia once again. But this time, it's not connected with any particular memory. It's just a general feeling of contentment spreading through him with a bittersweet tinge. Perhaps on some subconscious level, he feels this way because he's aware of the passing of time. It seems to be steadily speeding up as he gets older. He has the impression that it was only yesterday that he noticed this change from spring to summer, but it's already been a whole year. And next spring, he'll probably feel exactly the same way, surprised by the sudden passing of the seasons. Hadrian recalls a famous line from the poet Virgil: "It escapes irretrievable time." These words have since become a popular phrase, tempus fugit, or time flies. When Hadrian first encountered this expression, studying literature as a young man, it didn't make a particular impression on him. In fact, he probably would have disagreed with the idea. In his adolescence, the days had seemed endless. It felt as though he had all the time in the world. But the poet was right. Ever since, time has flown for Hadrian. Becoming emperor at the age of 40 was a particular turning point, and the years seem to be passing even more quickly. Perhaps it's a positive sign, thinks Hadrian. It means he's living a rich and fulfilling life, full of interesting experiences. The realization of time passing quickly can also be a helpful reminder to slow down and enjoy moments such as these. As he continues along the garden path, Hadrian finds himself walking more slowly. He pays attention to every step and every sensation, from the scent of the grass to the gentle warmth of the sun on the back of his neck. At one point, Lydia turns to look at him quizzically, wagging her tail. She must be getting impatient, wondering why her master is moving so slowly. Hadrian gives her an affectionate pat on the head, and then picks up pace slightly as they walk in the direction of the residential buildings. The Emperor and his dog pass a grand complex of thermal baths, then cross numerous smaller gardens and courtyards. Finally, they reach a colonnaded porch, which is the entrance to their destination, Hadrian's private island. The island is the location of a large house. It's a private villa with more than 30 rooms, including bedrooms, a library, a study, and a small bath complex. This luxurious building occupies the entirety of an artificial island, which is surrounded by a shallow moat. To access the villa, Hadrian crosses the moat on a retractable wooden drawbridge. Although the bridge is usually left in place, Hadrian likes the idea that he can raise the bridge once he's on the island. In this way, he has the place entirely to himself. He can study, relax, or sleep undisturbed. The idea of the private island was one of Hadrian's childhood fantasies. When he squabbled with his sister or wanted to avoid his schoolwork, he wished that he had somewhere to escape to. As a boy, Hadrian would often daydream about having his own special place. Not just a room, but an island. He would only allow select visitors, and sometimes nobody at all. It would be his own little realm, a place where he could do whatever he liked and enjoy some peace and privacy. In his childhood dreams, the island was a craggy rock surrounded by the blue ocean. The reality is a little different, but as he looks up at the splendid house, its white marble gleaming in the sunlight, Hadrian feels deeply content. As a child, he could never have imagined that he would one day have an island that he'd designed himself. Hadrian steps onto the wooden drawbridge, with Lydia following at his heels. As he crosses the bridge, he glances down into the moat and catches sight of a shimmering fish darting just below the surface of the water. The moat is just one of many fish ponds scattered throughout the grounds of the estate. Hadrian finds the presence of the fish soothing, and he often stops to watch them as they swim slowly through the reeds. Perhaps his next project will be some kind of indoor pool or aquarium, filled with the most vibrant, colourful fish. There might even be space in one of his bedrooms. Someday soon, he'll consult his architects and decide what to do next. Hadrian is a perpetual daydreamer and planner, and he always has at least a few ideas in the back of his mind. After crossing the bridge, Hadrian steps into the villa's grand entrance hall. The walls are decorated with an elaborate marble frieze depicting ships and sea creatures, while the floors are covered with complex mosaic patterns. The footsteps of Hadrian and Lydia echoing on the mosaic floor are the only sounds that can be heard. At the moment, there's no one else here. Many of the other buildings on the estate are busy with servants or visitors, but no one comes to the island house unless they have permission from the emperor. The nature of his work means Hadrian spends most of his time surrounded by other people. It's a pleasant change to come here, to his peaceful, silent house, where there's no need to talk. Right now, the quiet companionship of his dog is all he needs. Lydia pads softly ahead of him, heading towards the study. It's as though she can read his mind. She often seems to know where he's going before Hadrian himself has even decided. Hadrian follows the dog into the study. It's a large, airy room overlooking the moat. This is where Hadrian comes to focus on his personal interests, which have nothing to do with his role as an emperor. It's the place where he reads, writes poetry, studies philosophy, and makes architectural plans. Or sometimes he just sits and stares out of the window, reminiscing or daydreaming. Hadrian enters the room with the intention to study for a while, or to make some sketches of the new fish pond. But instead, he finds himself reclining on the couch by the window, his mind wandering. Inevitably, his thoughts return once again to his past travels. He recalls the tour of southern Greece with Antinous, overseeing the restoration of ancient temples and shrines. When he closes his eyes, he can still see everything so clearly. He hopes he can return to these places one day, or perhaps travel somewhere new, journeying to distant lands on the far side of the empire. Throughout his life, Hadrian has always experienced these spells of intense wanderlust. But now that he's older, he also knows how to bring himself back to the present. Although he's looking forward to future travels, he's become more patient. For now, He's perfectly happy right here. Opening his eyes, he sees that Lydia has settled down in the corner of the room. She's curled up in her favourite spot on a soft, worn piece of carpet. This old rug is perhaps the only thing in the villa that's in less than perfect condition. But Hadrian has resisted the urge to replace it. Lydia always heads straight towards the rug, making herself comfortable at the centre, and then sleeping the afternoon away. As he watches Lydia dozing peacefully, Hadrian also starts to feel sleepy. He's tired from his busy week and feeling pleasantly relaxed after his stroll through the gardens. There's nothing he has to do today, so there's no reason why he shouldn't have a nap as well. Perhaps this is another sign that he's starting to get old, he thinks, smiling to himself. An afternoon nap is another of life's simple luxuries. After rearranging the cushions on the couch, Hadrian lies back and closes his eyes. He takes a deep breath in and instantly feels his body and mind becoming still. The room is cool and silent. The only thing he can hear is the dog's quiet snoring and his own steady breathing. His breaths are slow and deep, settling into a comfortable, natural rhythm as they guide him towards sleep. At last, Hadrian's thoughts of his villa and his travels fade away into the background. The Emperor is about to enter another peaceful, private world. The realm of sleep. Zoe had always lived in the city. She was born in the hospital near the river, right in the heart of the historic centre. Then, she spent the next 16 years of her life just across the bridge, in one of the oldest quarters. When Zoe strolled through her neighbourhood on her way to school, she liked looking at all the little details in the streets. Sometimes she made a game of it, trying to spot something she'd never noticed before. It might be an ancient inscription carved into the sandstone walls, or the sight of a pet parrot in a window high above her. There was always something new or old. For centuries, this neighbourhood had been the artisans' quarter. While some of the oldest buildings had now been converted into cafes or restaurants, there were still plenty of interesting little shops. On the corner of her street was a shop that sold mirrors of all shapes and sizes, as well as unusual handmade glass ornaments. Nearby was a cosy second-hand bookshop, which was owned by Zoe's neighbours. The shop window was filled from top to bottom with dusty volumes, though some space had been left near the front. On sunny days, the owner's cat, Leo, would curl up for a nap in the window, surrounded by books. The antique furniture shop was another of Zoe's favourites. It was tucked away in the quiet courtyard of a residential building. When the owner was repairing an old chair or table, she would often leave them outside in the sun. At times, the courtyard resembled an open-air living room. That was how Zoe felt about the whole neighbourhood. All the streets and buildings were so familiar that they seemed almost like an extension of her own home. She always felt completely at ease here. As she walked to school on this particular morning, she enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere, focusing on nothing but her surroundings. She knew the streets by heart, so she didn't need to think about her route. When she was in this area, she sometimes felt as though she were in a relaxed trance, free from thoughts. Wandering through the sunny streets, Zoe found herself tuning in and out of the sounds of the city. In the background was the low rumble of traffic, so familiar she barely noticed it, and the cheerful cries of the parakeets in the trees on the riverside. Then there was the sound of the river itself. It was a slow-moving, tranquil river with jade-green water. Only the occasional boat passed, and the river often seemed silent and almost motionless. But when Zoe stopped to listen carefully, she could detect the quiet murmuring sound of the water. It had its own special melody. Sometimes, when she looked at people hurrying past her in the street, she wondered if they were even aware of the river. They always seemed to be in a rush, focused on their destinations. Zoe liked to take her time on her morning walks, especially once she reached the river. Then she would slow down, walking at a leisurely pace as she pondered over which bridge to cross. Her school was on the other side of the river, so at some point she would have to cross over. But there were bridges all along the water. She could take her pick. First, there was the iron bridge, with its curved, latticed sides that resembled a butterfly's wings. A little further up was the wooden bridge, an elegant footbridge that seemed to float in the air. Further still was the marble bridge, which was lined with beautiful stone sculptures of mythical creatures. Zoe tended to vary her route depending on her mood, the time of year, and the sunlight. On this particular morning, she decided to cross further up at the marble bridge so she could stay on the sunny side of the river for a little longer. Along this stretch of the river, there was also another bridge, which Zoe never crossed. She longed to walk over it, and often gazed wistfully from afar. But this one was known as the Old or Broken Bridge, and there was no way of accessing it. The bridge was broken on both sides, completely detached from the land. What remained was a large stone ruin rising out of the middle of the river, like a strange vertical island or a rocky tower. This bridge had been broken for as long as anyone could remember. It didn't even have a real name, and people mostly ignored it. The city was full of history and ancient ruins, after all. The bridge was just one of many remnants. And besides, so many other bridges had been built since. All along the river were roads and walkways made of wood, stone, iron, and steel. The people of the city could cross from east to west and west to east wherever they liked. With no particular reason to restore the broken bridge, it had simply been left in the river, a forgotten ruin. But Zoe didn't see it as a ruin. Although the bridge was old and broken, there was also something magical about it. That morning, on her way to school, Zoe stopped on the embankment and turned to gaze at the old broken bridge. The other people in the street continued to walk briskly onwards. For them, it was as if the bridge were insignificant, or even invisible. Yet, when Zoe was looking at the old bridge, time seemed to stand still. The traffic noise around her faded into the background, and she could hear nothing but the flow of the river and the morning bird song. Her attention was entirely focused on the ancient monument in front of her. The bridge resembled an uneven, towering pile of stones and bricks. Some of the fallen stones were visible in the water, forming rocky islands for the birds to perch on. Higher up, the shape of the bridge gradually became neater and more defined. The rough stones merged into layers of grey bricks, which supported the elegant ruins of a marble facade. The upper part of the bridge was marked with time-weathered inscriptions that were no longer legible. Some of the lettering was obscured by plants and vines that sprouted from the cracks in the stone. At the far edges of the marble facade were fragments of sculptures. It was difficult to tell exactly what they were, but Zoe thought she could see a lion at one end and a unicorn at the other. Then there was some kind of snake or a fish or even a mermaid. And in the middle was an engraving of a sun with swirling rays that spiraled outwards. For Zoe, the most magical part of the bridge was the tree. Right at the top, seemingly growing out of the marble, was a small tree with curved branches and yellow leaves. In certain lights, the leaves turned golden or a dark flame-like orange. When the sun hit, the tree reminded her of a menorah, a beautiful burning candelabra. And in that moment, the whole structure seemed like a portal to another world. Zoe never tired of gazing at the bridge, tracing every subtle detail. Sometimes she thought that if she looked for long enough, she would discover its secrets. Ever since she was a child, she had dreamed of somehow reaching the top of the bridge and finding out for herself. She'd always been drawn to these inaccessible corners of the city. A broken bridge, a secret garden, or a private terrace. Knowing they were out of reach only increased their fascination. As she looked at the bridge, a white bird flew across the river and landed on the edge of the crumbling marble facade. If only she too could fly. Zoe sighed and decided it was finally time to walk on. She couldn't spend all morning daydreaming. On her way home after school, she would stop to look at the bridge once more, admiring it from another angle in a different light. There were so many ways to see things after all. She'd once read that it was impossible to step in the same river twice. The flowing water meant that the river was always moving, changing, transforming into something new. To some extent, this expression was true about everything. Maybe even an old ruined bridge could change with passing moments, or it might appear different and new when viewed in another moment or from somewhere else. The world was full of beauty and mystery, thought Zoe. She would never take any of it for granted. Later that day, after seeing the bridge again on her way home, she decided that she would try to learn more about it. If she could not physically reach the bridge, the next best thing was to discover something about its mysterious past. When she reached the streets of her neighborhood, she passed by the same shops she'd seen that morning. There was the courtyard of the furniture shop, the shutters of the mirror shop slowly descending as the owner closed for the day. and there was the second-hand bookshop. Just as Zoe was about to walk towards her building, she found herself suddenly coming to a stop. She stared into the window of the bookshop without realizing why, her gaze drifting from cover to cover. Then she realized why she had instinctively stopped. Perhaps there was a book in this shop that mentioned the bridge. It didn't really matter if it was a book about history or myth, or even a novel or a poem. She wanted anything that might give her insight, or even just a clue. Zoe stepped inside the bookshop and breathed in the familiar, comforting scent of old books. The shop was owned by an elderly couple who lived in the apartment above Zoe's. She often came here to browse the shelves, or even just to say hello. At first, she couldn't see any sign of the owners. She could only spot the old tabby cat, Leo, who was curled up on the desk, sleeping peacefully. Zoe stroked him lightly, so as not to wake him, while she waited for one of the owners to appear. She was in no particular hurry, so she was happy to enjoy this moment, caressing the cat's soft, warm fur. After a while, she heard footsteps, and then saw Daniel emerge at the top of the stairs that led to the basement. As soon as he saw Zoe, his face lit up. Daniel was a kind, grandfatherly old man who'd known Zoe ever since she was born. They'd always been neighbours, and he sometimes joked that in a way they were family. He and his wife had adopted Leo as a kitten shortly after Zoe was born, so the two were almost exactly the same age. Now that he was old, Leo the cat spent almost his entire day asleep. As Daniel and Zoe talked together, he purred contentedly in his sleep. Even without opening his eyes, he seemed to be aware of Zoe's presence and happy that she was there. Zoe explained her interest in the old bridge and asked Daniel if he had any books that might have some information. Even just a sentence would be enough, she said, as she knew so little about it. Daniel said that a new book had just come in. Of course, it wasn't really a new book. Like everything else in the shop, it had been published decades ago. But it was still about the secret history and folklore of the city, and there would probably be a mention of the bridge somewhere. He reached behind the counter and pulled out a thick, dark blue book. The binding was falling apart, and some of the yellowing pages were coming loose. It was clearly very old. As Zoe turned the book over in her hands, she thought of all the people who had owned it or read it over the years. She imagined these readers as kindred spirits. Like her, they had been fascinated by the hidden corners and secrets of their beloved city. When she reached into her pockets, Zoe realized that she didn't have any money to buy the book. But Daniel patted her on the arm and told her not to worry. She was welcome to borrow the book for as long as she liked. He trusted her to take good care of it. Zoe smiled and thanked him. This was not the first time Daniel had lent her a book. Sometimes he acted more like a librarian than a bookshop owner, as he believed that knowledge should be free and accessible to everyone. Perhaps he lent her the book because he thought she needed to study the bridge for a school project. It was a project, in a way, but it had nothing to do with school. And as it was Friday evening, Zoe could forget about her studies for now. That night, when she was tucked up under the blankets in her cozy bedroom, she turned the pages of the old book. Some of the index pages were missing, so it took her a while to find what she was looking for. Handling the book carefully, she flicked past black and white illustrations of familiar monuments. There were the ruined columns of a pagan temple and the remains of an old marketplace. On another page was an image of the ancient archway that now spanned over the tram lines near her home. And then, near the back of the book, there it was. The entire page was filled with a beautiful engraving of the bridge. It showed every detail clearly, from the symbols on the marble facade to the fallen stones in the river. The artist had captured it perfectly. Perhaps they had been just as enchanted by the ruin as Zoe now was. She turned her attention to the next page and began to read quickly, eager to learn more. It seemed that the bridge had been shrouded in mystery even when this book was published nearly a century ago. There were many theories about the bridge's origins and design, and its fall into ruin, but nothing certain. However, there had been people in the city who believed that there was something special about this bridge, or even magical. The longest paragraph was about the sun symbol in the middle part of the bridge. According to the author, some people believed that the bridge had been built in ancient times to honor the sun. At certain times of the year, the sunlight at dawn illuminated the exact part of the river where the bridge had been built. The other symbols on the facade were a mystery. Perhaps no one would ever know the significance of the lion, the unicorn, or the mermaid. And perhaps these designs had no meaning at all. they might be merely decoration. The author speculated that maybe long ago, the bridge had been connected to some kind of sun worship, but there was no way of knowing for sure. Sometimes all research came to a dead end. Then there was nothing to do, said the author, but look elsewhere. As Zoe closed the book and placed it gently on her bedside table, she reflected on what she'd just read. She understood what the author meant, but she didn't believe that there were ever any true dead ends. There was always a way of learning more, seeing more, and getting a little bit closer to the truth. Zoe switched off the light and settled into bed, making herself comfortable. She closed her eyes and sighed. At the end of a long day and week, she was feeling so sleepy. Now she could finally relax and enjoy a good night's rest. With each breath, she could feel herself falling, drifting, sinking into deep sleep. That night, she dreamed that she was walking down a long, sunlit street in the city. She didn't know exactly where she was, but the place felt somehow familiar, like she'd been there a long time ago. All she knew for certain was that she felt happy and safe there. The street was narrow, with tall orange walls on both sides that were overgrown with ivy and flowering jasmine. As she walked, the street seemed to gradually get wider and brighter. She could sense that there was water at the end of the street, and trees and flowers. With just a few more steps, she would be there, in this beautiful new place. When Zoe awoke in her dark bedroom, it took her a few moments to adjust. She had the sensation of having slept for many hours. But when she glanced at the clock, she saw it was still night, about an hour before dawn. Zoe had slept so well and so deeply that she now felt completely refreshed. She lingered in her warm bed for a while, daydreaming about all the things she could do that weekend. Although she knew she could easily fall asleep again and rest until late in the morning, she felt ready to get up now. Perhaps she could make herself an early breakfast and go up to the roof terrace to watch the sunrise. When she turned on the lamp on her bedside table, she caught sight of the old book. In that moment, everything she had read and dreamed came back to her. Now she knew how she wanted to spend her morning. As Zoe got dressed, she smiled to herself. It was as though the universe had given her a gift. It was rare to wake up naturally this early feeling refreshed and ready to start her day. Now she would make the most of this beautiful morning and the gift of time. Before setting off, Zoe wrote a short note for her parents and used a magnet to stick it to the kitchen fridge. This way, they would know where she'd gone if they woke up early too. But there was a good chance she'd be back before they'd even woken up. The bridge was only a 15-minute walk away, so she would soon be back home to join her parents for breakfast. Outside, the streets were still dark, illuminated only by the old cast-iron street lamps. As Zoe walked through the silent back streets of her neighbourhood, she noticed that the sky was slowly lightening, changing to a softer shade of blue. It was the first time she had ever experienced this magical transition, the moment just before the dawn. The city was almost deserted at this hour. It felt so peaceful, as if everyone was under some kind of magic enchantment. Zoe could almost believe that she had the entire city to herself. It was just her and the birds, singing their joyful dawn chorus from the branches and rooftops. By the time Zoe reached the river, the first glimmers of gold were just about visible on the horizon. She quickened her pace, keen to be near the bridge by sunrise. Although she didn't know exactly what to expect, she hoped that she would somehow see it differently in this light. Zoe got as close as she could, leaning on the low wall that separated the street from the embankment. She sighed wistfully as she gazed at the shadowy mass of the ruined bridge and the outline of the golden leaf tree on top. Although it was still too dark to make out the details clearly, with every passing moment the sky grew lighter, revealing more of the structure. It was like a curtain, slowly being lifted, up and up. And then, as the sun rose higher, a magical transformation took place. Suddenly, right in front of Zoe was a path of sunlight. The thick ray of light passed from one side of the river to the other, crossing right through the middle of the ruined bridge and illuminating the edges. She could hardly believe her eyes. The path of sunlight had created a shining structure, completing the bridge. The structure in the middle of the river was no longer a ruin, but an entire bridge which radiated golden light at both ends. Zoe had never seen anything so strange or so beautiful. Perhaps she was still dreaming, she thought, as she stared in wonder at the gorgeous apparition. But whether she was dreaming or not, in that moment it hardly seemed to matter. The sunrise had offered her a path, and she would take it. After climbing over the low wall, she stepped onto the golden bridge. It was surreal in a way, but also surprisingly natural. She was amazed to discover how solid it felt beneath her feet, as sturdy and real as a stone structure. And yet, she was walking on air, walking on light. The golden bridge connected seamlessly with the middle part, the ruin that Zoe knew and loved. But as she stood there in the centre, she now knew that there was so much more than a ruin. The bridge was its own magical world. She walked slowly over the stone floor, which over time had been transformed into an overgrown garden. There were plants and purple wildflowers blossoming out of the stone, and right in the centre was the golden tree. In the radiant light of the dawn, it seemed as if the entire tree was made of gold, from the slender trunk to the translucent leaves. This must be a dream, Zoe said to herself. She looked around at the spellbinding scene, taking in one detail at a time. The shining tree, the wild garden, the bridge of light, and then the green river below, and the rising sun turning the sky amber. If it was a dream, it was the most beautiful she'd ever had. In that moment, the city seemed to belong to her. She smiled, feeling peaceful